Hello. Uh, I'm gonna wait a little bit here, so we're just gonna chat a little bit because I wanna talk with you guys. Actually, I wasn't gonna even stream today. Whoops. Yeah, I had my own stream open. So we will wait around a little bit here. I think it's actually kind of cool to talk about this stuff. So, meanwhile, I'm gonna take the time to actually update my mod list and stuff. Hey, Humph. I got some cool stuff to show off in it a little bit, but I'm going to give it about 10, 15 minutes for people to kind of come in and kind of drop by and, well, we have a little chat because I've learned a couple things. So basically, this is the point 6. This is the new release. Yeah, no, this is the. Okay, so it's not out yet, right? So I actually downloaded it because I want to see what the practicality was in me changing to it this late in my playthrough. The answer is it's not very practical, but it's an interesting discussion. Also, I like these adorable little ships here that we have. These are cute. But I'll talk about what I'm thinking, and I will also, yeah. Long story short, um, we may be doing some very big changes. So, but I don't think I'm going to upgrade to point 6 with this run. But there's a caveat to that. So, but you can probably guess what that is. So I know you don't like Factorio that much, but I'm gonna come out with a um, bit of a exception to the rule kind of thing. If you restart, I swear. Well, I'll explain what I'm doing. And never said I didn't like it. Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll show you what they've changed and how interesting it is and why it's like not probably too practical for me to upgrade my current run with it. So commit to master. Okay, I just updated with the thing. It's just the 10x Snorefest. Is that really the problem though? Because like to be honest, it doesn't really matter if it's 10x. So I mean, you don't like 10x? I'm kind of surprised. I'll be burned after 100 hours. I mean, I'll say this: I'm kind of definitely you're not a programmer. I mean, you don't have to see every single part of it, but I'll say for me personally, like I'm still into it, but I do want to like stop playing as often. So, but I'll tell you kind of what's going on and what I'm kind of thinking of with it. So, because if point six didn't if point six only added like a couple things, I would have definitely been like, I'll maybe wait until point seven. But they actually added a lot of stuff, to be honest. So it's to the point where it's pretty substantial actually what they've added in. So it's yeah, it's gonna be it's interesting. So I'll definitely show you what I got in mind. Let's just give it a little bit more, and then I'll do it. Got to update them to get update to get some views. I mean, here's the thing. It's not untrue that that was part of the decision making because I'm like people seem to be digging it, and I'm kind of having fun with it too. So those are kind of the two things that I was kind of thinking with it. I'm like, you know what? It seems kind of fun, but I want to kind of show you guys and get some feedback as well. Wow, this ship sucks. It fucking the wall just got destroyed. But I'll like I said, I'll show you because we actually have it downloaded here, so we'll actually do it. I guess I'll get started. So hi if you're watching from the bot or back in the past. So just to tell you, I have. If I go down the list here, we have Space Exploration 0.655 with all the things that go across with it, and also the new menu simulations. We have post-process as a part of it. And also the other big thing for it is Crastario 1.31, which also changes some stuff. Yeah, they got it. They got their own title screen for it too. I am not keeping this on right now forever. I'm just showing you guys what changed, and some things that aren't very practical for my run here, and kind of some differences. So the first thing I'll do is, where's it at? I'll put mod owners and tooltips. Oh, 1 second. I have to reply to something. Oh. All right. Anyways, yeah. So the big stuff that they changed. Okay, so there's a lot of changes. I'm gonna start. Sorry, I finished my thing. Um, sorry, I'm getting messaged a lot. If you, um, anyways, let me just make sure that we're done the conversation here, because I'm just like, this happened at literally the worst time. Before I get started. Like, my God, sorry, it's just some stuff going on. Uh, there's like, there's a thing that's optional, but it's not really optional. So, I'm trying to learn here. I'll restart this whole spiel in a second. Oh my God, it's taking forever to type this. Mm. Jesus, I wouldn't have started if I had known this was going to be a thing. Okay, anyways, I'll okay, let's restart. Okay, so I upgrade to 0.6. So essentially what happened, uh okay, so I just want to see what my save would be like if uh I just wanted to see what it would be like if I actually upgraded, because I want to see what they did to the core miner changes and some other stuff. So this actually does impact some of this run kind of a thing. I want to show you guys. I'm going to revert back after I show off a lot of the stuff that they did change. But I want to kind of demonstrate it. The Anyways, so the things we've upgraded are there's just been some changes. So like, yeah, we're at 0.655 for space exploration, and also Factorio has an upgrade as well. So that's the important part. We're at 1.31. So I'm gonna go. A couple settings that they recommended they change, by the way, on these on this list here. So it's actually quite kind of interesting. So on startup, actually, one of the major things is that increased stack sizes. I usually had 200 because that's the Crestaro default. Apparently that's different now. Apparently by default now it's no changes. When I started up with the 200, it effectively complained at me and said, "Hey, your stack sizes are not default. You should put it back to no changes." So then I put it back to no changes, and then it's fine. So that's an important thing because it makes a lot of things like 200, and now it's like a lot less than that, which is kind of cool. Anyways, so with that being said, I'm trying to see if there's any other little changes that I've done here. So you can see a lot of my overrides here. So nothing really particularly out of the ordinary. It did insist I install AI logistic boxes now, like their warehouses, which is good. It's now a required part of the mod, actually, to be honest, which is weird. Yeah, I have robot attrition to repair. I'm going to turn that off, actually, because... Well, I would turn that off because I never used it in my run. And at this point, now the deep space belt speed is now 90, which is cool. And then space pipe capacity is still, I overrid it to 125 to basically fix the match the Crestaro ones. So that's the big changes to this one, which is really cool. Nothing else is really all that different as far as this is concerned. So let's go load up the game, and I'll show you how horrible, or no, it's not horrible, but how much things are different and why I am not considering to actually upgrade this to 0.6. But there's a caveat to it, and I'll get to the end of it, because long story short, we're really close to the end. I think I can etch out like a spaceship victory in the next day or so. Are the core miners borked? Yes, they are, kind of. I'll show you how they're different though. It's kind of neat. It's just really different, which is neat. So let's have a look. All right, so first off, check out all this stuff that basically got removed all over the place. You mentioned them giving something new. They kind of are. And it comes with some caveats, like I said. So a lot of this stuff is this is Crestaro stuff that's been removed, or like changed around or stuff like that. So these are removed recipes. So a lot of these recipes are gone now. Singularity beacon is gone now. That's an important thing. I didn't realize they were changing this, but they are. So there's a lot of items that are changed. So KR singularity beacons are now SE compact beacons. Hey, Quoth3. A lot of this stuff, I have to admit though, they did an absolute fucking amazing job at the migration path, because it actually has it. Yeah, it actually is going to be horrifying, to be honest. But but yeah, so this is all the stuff that's changed. So I go into my base now. It's going to basically spend a couple seconds here migrating my thing over. It says, a lot has changed, so avoid overwriting your old save. Resource processing has been overhauled. Core miners can only go on core seams, and rocket utility production science packs have been changed, and many other changes. Check out the changelog for details. I've kind of read through it, and I can kind of give you a lot of the rundown of it. Obviously, a lot of my techs are now gone, by the way. Absolutely neutered all my technologies. This is the first unfortunate thing. You would effectively be starting from the get-go again, which is part of the reason I'm not a huge fan of changing my current save file, right? Because there's a lot I have to do to now get back up to it, because all this thermal radiating speed and stuff, but I'm way far behind now. with the technology, with this migration path, essentially, right? So the question of core miners, what happened to them? Well, they're all on the floor now. So you cannot just place them all willy-nilly. Let me go back here for a sec. Core miners, you can't just place them anywhere you want. It can only be built on resources now. So, and I kind of, and you'll notice the bots are slower because it reverted a lot of those technologies too, because they no longer have their prerequisites to it. So these are, these things right here, these are the core seams right here. This is a core seam right here. So the thing I've realized, and I'll go to a planet I probably have a little bit more explored. So we'll go to like Cornetto. Cornetto's a good one. So core seams are, so I understand now what they're doing with it. And what the point of it is. So core seams, so the whole thing that they didn't like is they didn't like my whole system of basically, I wanted iridite. So I basically put a bunch of core, like I basically put 50 core, or not even 50, like 200 core miners, like right back to back with each other. Because that's like, you're like digging into the core, right? It should be probably a little bit more separated, things like that. It was kind of OP, blah, blah, blah. Also, I can see that my thing is generating all this stuff here. Anyways, so this is what it kind of does. So I've realized it does this. So regardless of the terrain that's around it, it will always place a core seam. You can temporarily seal it with cliff explosives or a grenade in order to build over it. But you can always get it back later. The main thing that they did was they separated it. So it is still subjected to diminishing returns and other things, but they're all over the place now, is what they do. So they're not concentrated in any one particular area. They're actually a little bit further out than this, and they should be further out than this. Yeah, there's one over there, 172 there, 172, 172. So you can see that they're really spread out. So a lot of the challenge with them now is more about how do you transport it to one centralized location to basically do stuff with now. So for me, I would do probably a small train network to do it. Of course, this is now not as friendly on the UPS because I don't even know if that is how worthwhile that is. As a contention, though, core miners are 4 times better right now. So essentially, to get, like, I had 200 miners on Novice. I would have to just place down 50 to get the same effect. So that's what they've done to change it. But the transport logistics is a hell of a lot harder now. So like I said, I'd have like a little mini train network that the trains would just spread out and go to basically anywhere where it has whatever kind of a load that it can basically put in. Not as friendly on UPS, obviously, to some degree. Obviously not friendly to your save file size, because, again, you're having to, go around explaining the update. Yep, pretty much. So we're looking at the core seams right now. But the thing is, they are always placed at regular intervals, no matter what. Core is only stacked to 20 instead of 100. Yeah, I've kind of seen that as well. So if I were to go, yeah, so there's your core fragments too. So logistics becomes a hell of a lot harder. I can't really, so I'm still using my, here, if I go, yeah, see, you can already see that these are 20. It's mixed right now because obviously this is the migration path right now. So that's also a thing, is that the core fragments don't stack as high anymore. I guess kind of encouraging you not to do what I'm doing, which is just to rocket it out of somewhere. They also give this resource called Pyroflux, which I'll go into in a minute. But also there's some mineral water that it comes out of core fragments too, which is kind of cool. And a little bit more oil, 32% on the uranium ore, things like that. So it's a little bit all over the place. Yeah. You can also delivery capsule it. I'm not sure if this would be superior. I actually don't know at all with that. I don't know if I would want to delivery capsule this, but it is something you can do. I still would do potentially my little setup that I had. So if I were to go to another one here, they actually organized it really nicely. Let's go to usage of it. So again, it's just 20 per stack is what you have to do. So transportation is a bit harder. You're not guaranteed a certain amount of core fragments. You get between 1 and 4, etc. So I would say it's a nerf to core fragments. It is. I would say it's a nerf. You do get like a little bit more out of it though, but overall I'd say like to what I was doing, it's definitely a nerf to it. That's okay though. I don't mind. That's all good. There's also a couple of other changes that are nerfs, but also probably more rebalances, kind of a thing that I'll get into in a minute here. But that's the first thing is, yeah, core steams. You have to basically go all over the place to get it. I would still say it's kind of worth it to get a couple going. Especially if you don't have to transport, because this is like 213, 213, 213. So it's like right now, like I don't even have to go that far, and there's like 5 in my area, kind of a thing. Isn't it Canada Day soon? That would be tomorrow. Okay, so on that note, what is pyro, whatever thing? So vulcanite is right here, and crafting it requires enriched vulcanite, water, petroleum gas. Basically, it's a bit different. The petroleum is a very interesting one and the water, because you have to essentially do something separate with the. Basically, the production chain is entirely different for vulcanite now. If I go down to what it makes to make enriched vulcanite, it's basically kind of like a little bit like it looks to me like it's a what's the best way of saying it? Kind of like a Corvax setup. So that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, so you can crushed vulcanite. What can you do with it? You can also enrich it with sulfur, I guess. Yeah, so it's literally like a Corvex setup. It's completely freaking different now. I don't really have a problem with that, to be honest. So, I mean, I don't know what the stack size for vulcanite is at the moment. Let's have a look at that. Also, the boxes look really different. That's really cool, actually. Okay, 200 is the size for a vulcanite block, so I guess the processing would still be best done on like a single planet. It's ready tomorrow here, boy. I mean, it's 320 for me. Not even 420. So yeah, it's the production chains are completely different. That's why I kind of said that it is absolutely worthless for me to actually upgrade anything. Like if I go even to like something like barrel processing, like we'll just look at, oh, I want barrel plates, right? Let's get like 1,000 of these bad boys, right? And we start going into like, okay, there's the ingots. We could do the ingots through coal and sand and beryllium powder, or you could do it through molten beryllium. Those are the two options you have. And that's like a casting machine. It's completely different how it works now. And how do you make molten beryllium? Well, you put pyroflux into the beryllium powder. And that pyroflux is like you can either get that from core fragments, from vulcanite core fragments, or you can create it from vulcanite itself. So it's actually a fluid now that you throw into machines now. It's crazy different now. So that's what I'm saying. Every single production chain has effectively changed. So you know, like even things like glass is like now it's like pyroflux as well on top of that. It's like, you know, so the whole vulcanite processing is just completely dead in the water now, which is cool, you know. And it is entirely compatible, super compatible with a lot of the like ore purification processes that whoops, let's just make a new one. All the ore purification processes still works really well, as far as I've seen. So if I go iron plates, we'll get like 1,000 of those. So you get a couple of options. This is and it's a little bit of a different color, which is awkward, but this has iron ingots. So your option is you can do this. So this is the sulfuric acid enrichment. So this is like, yeah, that's through this kind of a means. So this is the Factorio variant of it. And if I were to go to iron plates again, we look at the this variant of it. There's the production chain. This seems worse, though. Is it not worse? What? Why would you want to do this, then? I guess iron ingots are better to bring around, but it uses up more iron for the same amount for a more complex strategy. Why would you want to do this? I'm not sure why they would want you to do this. Let's compare that to the default. So apparently it may still have some kinks to work out. This would be, yeah, so it's like, so for 1,000 plates it's 784 if you don't do anything with it. If you do the new molten iron recipe, it's 512 with a little bit of pyroflux and sulfuric acid. And just not doing that is 377 iron ore for if you just skip that part of it. But I guess is it like furnaces or what? Maybe it's the furnaces. Maybe that's why. Because I guess it requires 289 megawatts of power. Is that the reason? I don't know. I'm gonna say that's probably. I'm gonna ask about it on the Factorio Discord actually about that. Um, I don't know. Is there like a place I can report that to? Let me have a look at that real fast. Uh, okay, well, I don't see a place for that. So, change the prod modules? Sure, I'll show that off. So, the chain now is effectively, I'll just show you the crafting chain now. It starts with electronic circuits and glass. Glass is a part of that now, too, and components. These are, by the way, I should mention, this is the KS2 stuff. Oh, change to iron, change to prod modules. Oh, is that what I didn't do? Is that what happened? I maybe didn't notice that. Oh, you're right. Well, apparently I can't. How do I change the machine? Thermodynamics? I don't even know. Let's see. Graphics or placeholders. Well, we can try and make it on the other machines. Oh yeah, this one definitely works. You might be right. That might be why. Why did... Yeah, but this one also doesn't do it. No. That's the only one that wants it. But it is still better. Well, not by much, to be honest. I guess it uses less power, though. Caster can't use prod, and apparently neither does iron plates from iron ingots. But I guess it's a more efficient way to bring stacks around of things. If I were to look at, let's see, iron ingots. So if you keep the stack size the same, that's like 50 versus iron plates, which is 100, right? And what is the ratio for that if you were to make iron plates? I don't know. Crafting it. One iron ingot makes... Okay, so it is a more efficient way of bringing it around. That's the whole point. That's why you'd want to do it. Okay, that makes sense. It's lighter on the cargo capacity to just bring around that. Still really interesting. Still very, very interesting that iron ingots are like that. It does mean that like it's no longer efficient now to carry around iron ore. Yeah, because it would be a 50 stack size, right? Because I've been sending rockets out with the iron ore. You want to send the ingots to whatever planet that you want. Okay, so that now that makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that. Actually, that makes things actually very interesting in terms of how to process core fragments in a way. Well, actually, not that. Yeah, it still does make it a little bit interesting, doesn't it? Because if you were to do... Yeah, because the core fragments are like, if you were to have like iron core fragments, right? You use them in like 19... You get 19 in one, so it's the same amount, and you get a little bit more core fragments out of it. So, the chain of that is pretty interesting. They'll force you to process everything locally before shipping it to outposts. Yeah, I'm realizing that now. That's what I'm saying. It's like completely a different chain of everything for the game. So... that's why I'm like, I don't really want to upgrade this version of my game to that, and I'm just showing you a lot of the stuff that they did change, because it's really interesting. So if we go into the productivity science stuff, productivity modules, the recipes also have changed pretty significantly. Like now it requires things like weird stuff like sulfur, right? This is what I mean, like every single place I've made is effectively like not doing the correct thing anymore at this point. Like it's so much changes to it. I didn't realize it was on the scale, but yeah. So, you know, you get more electronic, sulfur, you know, and we keep going down the chain. 1 second, sorry. 1 second. Oh yeah, I have to right-click this. This is now vulcanite blocks, processing advanced. Productivity 4 is Vitamalage extract. Productivity 3, machine learning data. This is Bioscrubber, productivity 4. So it requires one less productivity module at basically every level, which is interesting. Biological catalog, broad biological catalog, so I'll have more of that, more Vitalic reagent, Vitalic epoxy, comprehensive. It uses, like I said, exponentially more as you go. Neural gel, extended biological catalog, self-sealing gel, and then the last one is lattice pressure vessels, D-space catalog, and advanced neural gel. That's a big one. This is a huge one right here. Because remember how much of the pain that was to set up. So I'm not going to say it's nerfed necessarily. I will say that it's just very different. I don't know what to think about it right now. So if you look at the total cost of it, it's probably less copper now. That's generally what it is, but they're trying to make you do like some other stuff. And let's look at the speed module one as well. So if I go down here, the chain for this, usage is in, so there's your speed module 2s. So this is small electric motors this time. Now it goes to big electric motors. Power armor, or no, this is to make power armor, sorry. Immerser crystals is one for this. So it just requires random things, kind of a thing. And this is iridium, machine learning data, speed, heavy girder, speed, material catalog, heavy bearing, speed, broad. It keeps using. Why does material fabricate? Oh, well, I guess it does require those. I did make a lot of 6s in my last one. Comprehensive, heavy composite, heavy assembly, lubricant, things like that. And then the last one is nanomaterial, D-space, granite slush. A lot of fluids actually is the big one for the last tier. So I think that's what they kind of replaced it with. And just for fun, we'll look at the efficiency module. So that's batteries. This requires cryonite rods, holium cable, holium solenoid, quantum processors. It's kind of an interesting one. Dynamic emitters. And then superconductive cable. These, by the way, are all allowed at basically any one of these kind of machines. But the super space manufacturing is actually better than the advanced assembling machines, which is weird. But it all it says it can't be placed by land, because all I would do is start placing it on spaceship platform or something. What about speeds that modules have? Because the original only went to 3, right? What about the speeds that modules have? What are you talking about? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. They look like they haven't. By the way, they haven't really changed in how much they actually do. So that part, I guess they were satisfied with. So the increase of speed. Oh yeah, it's the same. So it was 100% at the highest tier and 20% for productivity at the highest tier. And efficiency was always minus 1,000. As far as I can see, these have not changed. So it'll probably be a very similar strategy to what I did before, which is to essentially, productivity 6 is probably the easiest one to get, and some other stuff like that. So now for a fun one. So one of the really crippling things about my run right now that just happened that you maybe didn't realize, there's no beacons anymore. They're all gone. It didn't quite disassemble them properly. No, actually, I think it got rid of it. What the fuck, only 20% for productivity? As far as I know, that's better than the productivity... that they were always like that. Productivity module 3s. Let's see. Productivity module 3s in base Factorio is 10%. So those are twice as good, by the way. The original had a third one? Yeah, it had 3. It had 3 levels. But in Space Exploration, it's now spread up to 9. But they get more expensive as it goes, kind of thing. So no, these are really good. Don't kid yourself. These are really nice. Now for a couple other changes. So my beacons are gone. What are they replaced by? Well, beacons. So this one is still here, and actually it literally tells you the ratio now. So I'm going to guess that this is actually feedback that I had for the guy who did a lot of the stuff. I'm gonna look it up, come back to you later on that one. Okay. I may not be understanding you though. I had talked to the guy who did a lot of the balancing, and one of the things I told him as feedback, because I had been doing KS2, is I said, K2 beacons are amazingly good and better than SE beacons in almost every way. And my playthrough has literally shown that. And I also said I said two things. I'm not taking credit for this. I'm not sure if my feedback is what got this changed. But I said K2 beacons were way too good is the first one, and the second one I said was beacons come too late. Those are the two pieces of feedback that I had. Like the SE beacons come way too late because you get the wide area beacons and you can't use beacons in space until wide area beacons. It was really awful for that. I really didn't like it. Speed module tier 1 20%. Yeah. So the speed modules. Sorry to answer your question. This is 100% for the speed module 9s. So that's what they are. Or are you talking about the speed negative? Oh yeah. No, it's 100% faster on 9s. So essentially, when you get to like tier 4, that's as good as they got different bonuses they do. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So I'm pretty sure it got changed because I said something, but I'm not sure. I don't know exactly what it did with. I'm not sure if this also made it to the default game or whatever, but I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not taking credit for it. I'll say that. Yeah. So this is the basic beacon. The first one you get hasn't really changed. It's 8 module beacon slots at 50% transmission efficiency for maximum module power 4. So essentially, what it's saying is you have 8 in there. You divide it by half. You're essentially saying you get the full power of 4 speed modules or whatever you decide to put in there. Because it only uses speed modules for some logistic reasons, because they're the best ones. It's the least amount of entities, and they're really good. Efficiency is like you either put efficiency or speeds in the beacons. You don't really get you can't put productivities into them. So the change they did is the K2 beacons are gone. Well, this is a new one that's different. I'm looking at the mods for this, and this is So apparently this is the Factorio one. So I guess what they do is they just give you wide area beacons. Maybe, but then again, I don't know because apparently I'm looking at the mods and apparently it does go through post process. So who knows? But anyways, what you get now is so this one you can actually use in space. By the way, so that limitation has now been lifted, which I really hated about the fact that you had to wait to use beacons. I thought that was the dumbest thing because beacons are really really good. I'm so glad they got rid of that restriction. Really happy about that. Because you remember, literally when I went to space, the first thing I did was energy, energy, energy. I just I went all the way into energy science to basically get the first tier of beacons so I can actually build the rest of my crap. But there was no reason to upgrade from K2 beacons because they were so good. Because essentially what it was doing was it would have to be they were just way more efficient at what they did. Because essentially you'd need to have a wide area beacon 2, which came really late in the tech, with speed module 9s, just filled to the brim with speed module 9s, was as good as a K2 beacon with speed module 8s in it. And when you start taking into costs and stuff, they do have a point. You still use wide area beacons, but they come so late that at that point you're not redoing your builds anyways, right? You're not upgrading anything. So I was kind of like meh kind of a thing. I was like, I'm gonna just stay with the K2 beacons because they're just so good. So they're changed now. They're changed in a pretty good way, I'd say. So now I'm not sure if this is a part of SE.6 or if this is just a Factorio thing that it adds. You now get compact beacon and you have wide area beacon. The compact beacon, I guess it's a K2 thing that it adds. This comes sooner, so you get that with Energy Science Pack 2s. By the way, these two science packs, I'll show you in a second what they kind of are. They're kind of like a prerequisite to other sciences kind of thing. But you get that with the Energy Science Pack 2. So now also the wide area beacon, I believe, comes a little bit faster, which is really good. I think it was locked behind Energy 3 or maybe Energy 4, one of the two. Now it comes at Energy Science Pack 2. Thank God for that. Just tuning in. Thanks for covering the changes so far. You're welcome very much. The main thing that is different about it is I'll kind of read it out. So the transmission efficiency is still a thing because one is better than the other kind of thing. So they said this has 10 module slots at 75% efficiency with a maximum module power of 7.5. Transmits it within 2 tiles. So they're the equivalent of the K2 beacons at that point. But with instead of 15, it has 10 module slots now. So bit of a nerf. That's fine. This one is 15 module slots at 50% efficiency, giving you the same amount of power. So now there is actually a difference between them, and there's actually a reason you would want to use one or the other. Probably in my case, I'd probably use wide area beacons most of the time. But you could use, in the situations where I was I had a silo and I just was putting one beacon beside it, that would be good. So essentially now what they're doing is it's encouraging you to use the wide area beacons much better. I kind of am a fan of that, to be honest. I'm kind of good with that because I did feel it was it was really tipped in the favor of the KS2 beacons. They were really good. So now there's actually a reason to do one over the other, which is kind of cool. And now the same thing applies here. So this has 10 module slots. Again, instead of 15, you now get the 10, but this is 100% efficiency now as well. So you're getting a maximum module power of 10. It transmits within 2 tiles. And this one does 20 module slots at 50% efficiency. So literally the thing I complained about is now adjusted to now make a lot more sense. Like I said, I'm a fan. Like I don't really care. I just thought the balance is really wonky on it. I just wanted to be consistent. That was my thing, and this is much more consistent. This is very good. So there's actually a reason you want use one or the other, and they come at the same tech level as well. So you can see that the tech levels are identical. You get the good ones at Deep Space Science Spec 2s. So you can kind of upgrade your previous beacons because they are actually the same size too. If I were to put down a blueprint for a compact beacon, apparently I may not. Oh right, I don't have the research for it. Well, let's just go into cheat mode for a sec, and I'll just place one down because we're not actually playing with this mode right now anyways. So we'll just go beacon. So as you can see, I can now place these just fine. These are the equivalent of the KS2 beacons now. These are the kind of the old KS2 beacons I've been using all over the place. Here's a wide area beacon, and then a wide area beacon 2, which it does have a slightly different graphic actually. So, as you can see, where am I at? Here I am. So I am perfectly capable of. Whoop. Oh, it's just on the floor there. So I could perfectly. The nice thing is I could place these on the floor, so they're good. Have you checked out the new achievements? I have not. Let's have a look if they're here. Minions, research all technologies. Don't think I'm doing it. I don't see any new achievements yet. So there aren't any as far as I can see. Unless they're in another menu somewhere. I wouldn't know. No, it doesn't look like they are. Okay, so yeah, so you get a new beacon type. I'm not even sure you can. Yeah, you can upgrade that. Look at that. You can upgrade it too. So there is a path to essentially upgrade your beacons later on. I don't know if you'd really want to do that because I think at the point where you get this, you're redoing a lot of stuff anyways, potentially. I don't know. But yeah, that's the thing. But I would definitely probably side a bit more with the wide area beacon and stuff like that, because I think these are really cool. I wish they were just better in my run I was doing, but now they are. Well, probably not. They're not any better. I think they're the same. It's just that the other beacons got worse, so now it's more balanced. So now I have an excuse to actually use it. So I'm good with that. All right, so that's kind of what they did. So yeah, there's much less slots in there. So the whole point is like you're using less slots for the same amount of efficiency as a wide area beacon with much less range. So it definitely has its upsides. I'm good with it. So I'll leave it at that. All right, so let's do some fun stuff. Can anyone confirm to me the iron recipe changed in K2? It's now 2 iron ore to 15 plates. Is that correct, or did I mess up something? It did change in. Oh yeah, it did. KS2 does change it. It does change it. You're supposed to use what's it called? You're supposed to use the ore enrichment. That's what you're supposed to use in KS2. All right, so we're gonna go down to space, or sorry, we're gonna go down to Respidia for a minute, because I'm gonna go place down a space elevator so you guys can see how that works, because it's actually really cool, and I was playing around with it. Also, the UIs are completely different for this stuff. Look at this stuff here. It's really cool. So you get all this stuff here now for it. So I'm going to show you guys some space elevator stuff, because I think that's actually the coolest thing. Like I said, I'm playing with the cheat modes on just so I can show you what it would do to my run and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to be informative and fun, stuff like that. All right, so space elevator. To explain how it goes, check out the space capsules too. Okay, I'll do that as well. So this is the space elevator technology. You have the recipe. It's essentially like, it's expensive, but naturally that would be expensive. But it does give you some interesting things where you can essentially, instead of sending rockets out from your planet, you can escape the gravity by just sending it out by train into space, kind of thing. And I'll build one and I'll show you how it works because it's actually quite cool. You have the space elevator cable. The cable is required for construction and maintenance. So this is the base one. You just use airframe poles and that's it for that. So you do need barrel as a requirement to start doing things with it like that. There's also space elevator construction and maintenance. So that's just telling you that recipe. There is a recipe later, so way late tech, that basically makes it cheaper to make the cables. But this one is like only locked behind Astronomic 1, Energy 1, and Material 2. So Material actually has way more of a purpose. I remember that being the most disappointing of the researches, because the green stuff, the green science is great because you get productivity. The energy science is great for beacons. The blue science is great for better cargo rockets and spaceships and stuff. Material never really gave you anything. Now it kind of does. So now there's actually reason at least to get to the level 2 variant of it, I feel. So we're going to just hop over here, and I'm going to go throw it down to show you how it works. So we're going to go throw down a space elevator. So the way it works is you place it down, and then in the equivalent location in space, it will appear there. So I'm going to put it down, and we can exit. I'm going to put actually an infinity chest down as well, just because I want to do the maintenance. Okay. So let's go out of this. Okay. So now, oh yeah, I was doing that. All right. So now I can actually view the opposite end, and we are in Respidio orbit, kind of roughly in the same location where it would be, kind of a thing. So you get to do a couple things. First, you want to connect it to power. And also, you'll notice that there's little rails coming out of it. So I actually do not have rails with me. So let me go get some. Actually, I'm gonna keep the way it is. I'm just gonna have the bots place this. So it's kind of weird which way it kind of comes into. So I'm just gonna do both ways. So we're gonna just do that just to hook it up, because I actually forget which way is which. Okay, so you do kind of like this. All right, so you have now, it's under construction, so you need to basically give it some space elevator cables. I'll just give it space elevator cables because I don't really feel like doing anything funny with it, so we're just going to do that. So it's just going to feed it whatever it needs, and this is just essentially constructing it. It's got some other options here, and I'll kind of show it off in a second here, what it's doing, but it's essentially constructing the part that would actually enable it to kind of go into space. So essentially what you're saying is, I want trains in space, and I don't want to, you don't want to send rockets up, so it becomes like there's literally no rocket fuel cost or anything, it's just an energy cost and a maintenance cost. So it will require more cables as you kind of use the elevator more. So every train kind of adds to the maintenance cost a bit if you have them coming up and down a lot, which is kind of an important thing. This is kind of a cool concept. I really actually like this, and I would like to build a base that uses space elevators, or like have my space platform actually use this stuff as well. It's actually really cool. So there's also there's a couple other things you can do. You can actually do an energy transfer direction up or down. So if you were to decide, I'm like, hey, I want in space, if in space in orbit you have a bunch of solar, you can essentially say I want to bring the power down here, so that you get a consistent solar power source down at the bottom of your base. Or you can say I'm beaming the power to my surface because there's water down here. I want to send it up. So you can actually do either one. Either one is good. So in my case, I'm going to send it up because I already have all my power down here. It has an option to force carriages forward. I'm not really going to look at that all that much. And there's your maintenance cost. So it's like 2 parts per minute right now is what it costs. So it will cost 2 additional parts every minute. Not a huge cost. As long as you have something to continuously make it, you're okay. So I'm going to actually go get some space platform because I kind of need it with me. Where are we at? It's like over here somewhere. Guys, my UPS is amazing. Look at that. Also, that would be more because I don't have any I think everything is shut down right now because of all the requirement changes. There's nothing going on in this base anymore. All right, so we're gonna go up. So all I have to do is click it and say ride it up, and now we're at the top. That's it. So what we're gonna do is we're going to make a very simple railway. So coming out just to show you how this works because it's really fucking cool. All right, and then I can go, I believe, place down so that. Let's put a train stop somewhere. Maybe that doesn't work. Where's it at? Okay, I guess it comes in from this side. I can't really tell. I swear to God, the first time I tried this out, it went from the other side. So I guess it's, yeah. I don't know. I think it's based upon its rotation or something. I don't even know. Anyway, so it's called Troy Gills or something. I'll just call it like just so it's really obvious to you guys. But notice that these count as different stops, and this actually has a stop called Respidia going down. Yeah, it has arrows, does it? Oh yeah, you're right. You're totally right. Okay. I wonder if, yeah, you're right. Okay. Well, now I know for when I do it, eventually. Alright, so, we're gonna set a train to go there. So we're gonna say, I'm glad you guys noticed that, actually. So I'm gonna set to go to Respidia up, not out of condition. And you'll notice that there is actually no, there's that as stop, it doesn't exist here. So what you essentially have to do is either use a consistent naming scheme, which I already have. So I would basically call it something requester for whatever it would need. But essentially, you have to have a dedicated subset of space trains, essentially. Oh, let me go to it so we can actually watch it go inside. That's pretty fucking cool. I like this a lot. So it kind of stops like this for a second, because what it's going to do is when I go to my platform, the train is actually going to be here, but it has no path to wherever it needs to go. So I actually need to tell it to go to here and just wait until time passed 30 seconds. And then it has to now go to down to Respidia, and that's it. So, kind of cool. Is that a portal? You missed 5 minutes due to idiots at your location. Yeah, these are space elevators. So I'm just showing off an example of how the space elevator works. So none of these other stops are applicable. So you would essentially have a special kind of train, like let's say a petroleum train, that would come up in the space elevator and then kind of like be up on the surface and wait kind of a thing. And then it would come back down, get whatever it needs to, and then come back up. So you basically, amazing fluid transport, by the way. That's one of the best things for it. So if I send it back down, let's see what it does. So it's going back down, and I can kind of see how it is at the end. Apparently there's no path here. Where's it trying to go to? Oh, I guess it can't leave? Oh no, it's this one. So that's essentially all it does. Very simple. Very cool too. So it completely changes a lot of your space logistics stuff. So if you have a separate network and it's a massive bus to elevator, exactly, yeah. So there's no items you can't really put items into and just go lol, like I'm gonna send it up like that. It's literally you're sending up and down trains. And yeah, so basically every 2 minutes I'm essentially consuming part costs, and that's it. So kind of neat. So let's see that one, and then you'll see it go. I think there it is, yeah. So, and you can have more than one space elevator, by the way. You can have multiple space elevators going up. They're just all called the same thing, kind of a thing. So, yeah. And by the way, R does flip it. So that's what it does. And interplanetary train network, yep. Well, it's not interplanetary; it's inter-surface train network. So all this crap I did here, where I was like, so what I did for mine was I was like, oh, I'm going to, land lithium here or land rare metals here. No, you just bring it by train now. You actually see a train going up and down? Yeah, exactly. That's why I really like it, actually. Is this the train? Yeah, let's just have it go back to Respidia. So we'll watch it. We'll watch it go. So I think it's cool as shit and worth playing. So we can actually go have a look at it go. See. It's cool as hell. And it's fast. It is freaking fast. It's really good. So bravo to them. It looks like it works really well. And it's not even that much, well, I'm using like 0.5 on the space exploration front, but I think that's more due to the amount of ships I have going around and things like that at this point. So yeah, no, super cool. And so that's what you'd do. You set up a specific kind of train that would essentially just, It does it really fast too. Like it's really good at that. So kind of a fan of that. I can't really use that in this playthrough, unfortunately. And like I said, I'll get back into that in a second here to kind of go. And here's some more of the. So by the way, remember this? This is a pile of water here. So as you can see, core seams just spawn. They just spawn everywhere, no matter what. If there's water, they're just spaced out. That's their whole point. You know, 120, 120. There's a lot of them too, but that's how they kind of balanced it, which is really cool. Actually, so another one there, and that's pretty much it. So even if it's in the middle of water, it will spawn the terrain around it, so you can use it. So that's one of the neat things about it. I think the last thing I was asked was, can I use space capsules? Let's have a look. I may have to do the research for it. I'm not sure if there's a cheat to basically unlock all the researches. I might want to look at that in a second. Oh, here you go. Emergency burn. Unselectable for this destination. You have not researched space capsule navigate. Okay, I guess I do need to do it. Is there a unlock all research option here somewhere? Let's see. Oh, there you go. Cool. Okay, now we have it. The mods right now, I'm just looking at 0.6 right now. So brace for left landing. You're gonna lose 50% of each passenger's inventory. Landing will compromise the capsule. So this is the emergency burn. I can go to Respidio orbit though. Apparently this needs fuel though. So can I actually do this with bots? Hey, dude, I could actually destroy these with bots now. That's cool. All right, let's go. Let's go bring it over here and then bring a little thing over there. Well, we'll try this out just because it's kind of cool, and then I'll tell you what I'm kind of thinking of doing after that. Because this is going to be kind of neat. Alright, can I, like, copy the... No, I can't. So it needs, like... Respidio orbit, fuel... So, fuel... Let's get, like, 1, 1, 2, and then cargo sections. Oh, that sucks. I guess I have to manually insert it then. Oh, there you go. So you have to put it into the inventory of it, it looks like. Looks like I also don't have any cargo sections, but we'll just go pick some up from one of my other rockets here. Inventory, you exceed your inventory. Let's see. I guess I have to... why does it only have a cargo capacity of that much? Is it everything I have too? Rocket fuel and cargo rocket sections of the capsule are considered part of the capsule and not cargo. I think it's referring to my own inventory, so maybe let's just remove everything I have. Is that what it works? No, that doesn't seem to do it. No. Can't. Capsules only suited for passenger transport and cannot be automated. They are not fit for transport or long distance travel. Okay. Each stack of items in the... So this is passenger inventory. So I think it's still counting everything I have. Hey, Satirus. How are you doing? So I think the whole point of this is supposed to discourage me from carrying too much with me. Whoops. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it's actually doing. It's like, clear out your inventory, you jerk. That's what it's doing. So now I have 3 out of 20. So it's actually counting the things I'm carrying with me. That's kind of cool, actually. It's very impressive. So it does, I believe, allow you to go to the closest planets. So this would be, I can go to Infamy orbit. This, of course, makes it challenging to... well, this one was saying cargo... I need first stage for cargo sections. So it's basically eating cargo sections for that, and a little bit of fuel, too. But I could still just hop to places, too, which is kind of cool. So you can still kind of hop around, which is neat. So you could use this to get to a planet without having to waste entire cargo rocket silo kind of a thing. You could technically explore much of the galaxy with this. So I can actually land onto Infamy itself if I wanted to. I forget if there's biters here. We're about to be in for a nasty surprise if there are. Okay, there are. It looks like there aren't any. So we're good. So what if I do an emergency burn? Reserves will be used, not required for this route. So this will take you back if you want to. And I will lose 50% of my inventory. So, by doing this, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's kind of neat. So you can send yourself to the moon even quicker, basically? Yeah, you can basically not have to use a... you don't have to use a cargo rocket for it. But the only thing I don't like about it is, like, and yeah, this is a compromised space capsule. I wonder what you do with those. Usage. You could basically put it back in with repair packs, I see. That makes sense. Or you can scrap it, either one. Okay. Well, it's kind of neat. You can't automate it, though. Well, is there a reason why I couldn't do it? Let's actually have a look. Let's go back to that planet. Let's have a look. It'd be kind of nice if you can semi-automate it. Like, I don't know why it didn't count as something, because I know with cars you can put things in, right? So why can't I put things in with that? I don't know. But it looks like I have to, like, manually do it myself, so... But it is cool though. I have no fuel with me. Whatever. It's all good. So let's see here. I just want to see if I can capsule. I'm pretty sure I tried it and it just didn't capsule. Let's see. We'll try one more time. I'm going to try and do long armored series. Yeah, that looks like it can. So, can I do it? No, it doesn't. It just doesn't go in. I guess it's just specifically set not to be able to do that. So, that's it. You can't do it. Well, that sucks. No option for that. Well, okay. Well, that's it for that. We'll have another peek at any other technology. Well, I'll show you a little bit more of the tech stuff. So if I were to go into here, where is it at? So not much is too different here. There's an entire section for the space elevators, by the way. Where's it at? Right here. Just tells you about the maintenance. I basically explained it all to you. It has to be placed on the rail grid. And yeah, it needs energy, and you can move power up or down. Depending upon where you have your primary power at, things like that. Oh, yeah, here's the new sciences. So the space science is the first in-space science is the science pack. It will help you learn the basics of space logistics. Then you could do either production or utility. This is added onto it. If I understand this, there's no more yellow-purple science right now. They're just past rocket science. Kind of. There was a graph for it. I'll look for it again. Actually, it was on. I saw it on the Discord. I'll show you what it is. It was in the devlogs, but I'll show the stream because that's an important thing. Okay, so it's smoother, but does not mean easier. So here's what they kind of said. So chemical science is cheaper in SC.6. Space exploration technologies have a move to chemical rocket science. By the way, KS2 kind of throws a lot of this out the window. So space science now unlocks the tools needed to research specialist sciences and productivity/utility. Space science no longer needs vulcanite. Productivity uses vulcanite, unlocks material and biological sciences, so you can kind of decide what path. It's basically it's another tier of science, is what we're doing here. Which is, yeah. And which means, yeah, now your requester chests and beacons are now behind space sciences. Maybe you can find a few with your first 3 satellite launches. So that's an important distinction, by the way. You have to unlock space science in order to get beacons. Very, very important distinction here. That's extremely important. But yeah, so utility science uses cryonite, unlocks astronomical energy sciences. Yeah, so it's the space science that's the important one, kind of a thing. So they kind of tell you to go. You do those three. You do your first space base, so you go into space, and then you unlock that science, and then you go to your first outpost. Is what they want you to do, or something. Oh no, sorry. This is what they want you to do. I think in this one, I think this is what they're referring to. Right, because they remove those two. So it's like blue, then orange, and then you make your space base. You get all the stuff like beacons and proper assemblers, and then you make your outpost, and then you start doing all that fun stuff. That's what you do. That's the key now. That's what I'm saying. Like it's so different now that like I can't really upgrade my own save to it. I think there was another thing somewhere else. He's got a little thing here. Am I going to restart, update, or thing? Well, I'll show you. I'll tell you what I'm doing in a minute here. But yeah, this is the actual one here. So you go to automation, logistic, chemical, rocket, space, and then there's military, utility, production. Then there's all that fun stuff here, and then you get the deep space stuff. So literally, I don't think much has been removed with that, because the other thing to talk about with that is if I were to go into here. I have okay, so that's what they did. So now I have rocket tech cards now. That's what it is. You can link whatever you want. Only porn. You went here, updating. Yeah, I kind of saw that page for it before you update. Well, you will need to rebuild. Yeah, basically, since I'm basically near the end of the game, I would have to rebuild everything. So that's what I'm doing here. I'll share this to kind of show you guys what you linked here. Actually, let's see. So it goes and does. You need to rebuild. So it says utility, production, and rocket science. Do science pack, core miners, module production, specialist resources. This is like basically I am at all this stuff. I'm already at all this stuff, that's what I'm saying. So spaceball recipes, regular resources, this, and any recipe that used vitalic acid. Now it's a fluid. That's an important one as well. Recipes that use different ingredients, control units, satellites, airframes, blah, 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 all that stuff. So you get the space elevator, you get the early space redesign. So it's now, like I said, it added one or two or something. I'm not sure if like the requirements for any of these actually changed. I'll have a look at that in a minute. Capsule navigation, you can get to space, but you don't want to send an empty cargo rocket. Cargo core mining with core seams. So it says here, can only be placed on core seams. These are large holes in the ground. Plants with limited size have a limited number of seams. Core miners still have diminishing returns for building multiple miners, but the power consumption is reduced by 50%. Core mining has been rebalanced. In general, the yield is increased by 4 times. The main resource mining hardness now partially affects the core fragments too. In addition, pyroflux you get from core fragments can be used to make steam and offset power costs depending upon your planet size. The first core miner generates more energy in products than it uses. Core seams being large holes you can basically build out of them if you put a grenade on them or something. When you update, core seams will be generated for all solid surfaces, even though so that's that. I was already showing you that. Specialized resources. Basically the vulcanite smelting is really different, and module cost rework. So it's basically modules only take 2 of the previous tier instead of 3, and that's pretty much it. So instead of having a massive copper cost, like in modules now are test of your entire factory. Each module will require a large amount of every resource, things like that. So I wouldn't say it's nerfed or it's just rebalanced. That's all it is, kind of a thing. So. So any other things? Let's see. It looks like the K2 cards are different now too. Deep space belts come still at the same time. It just requires everything. It's really neat because you just basically have to use all of these, which are really cool. So they did a really good job. It really is quite a good job that they've done with it. A lot of these now towards infinite researches now actually properly use the tech that it's supposed to. So it does matter science pack too. I thought that was energy. Wait, there's a matter science pack as well? Oh, that's the matter tech cards. Now it's called matter science. Oh, cool. Okay, so that's different now too. It's locked behind DSpace catalog, I think. Matter Science. What do you get for Matter Science 1, I wonder? That's really different. I have to find it. I was gonna say, like, is it worth playing with Crestaria? But I really think it is. I think they put so much effort into this. I'm like, holy shit! Oh, this is Matter Science Pack 1. I thought it looked like this. What? The graphic is a bit weird. Okay, but this is Matter Science Pack 1. So what's it locked behind? So it's used in. So you need it for ship structural integrity. So it's an important part of that. Actually, no, all the tier ones are like that now. I just realized. I think. Oh no, these ones are not. These ones are tier one. I don't know why it looks like that. Anyways, so you get matter fusion. I guess a little bit sooner now, if you were to go for it, because now it's just locked behind. Yeah, it's an entirely new Crastario specific science pack. That's crazy. That's really cool, actually. It's used for robot worker speed 12. Mining practically 11. I'm not sure if it's used before that. I'm assuming it isn't. But yeah, you can kind of go into it, I guess, a bit sooner. I'm just trying to see if it uses like quark data and some other stuff. No, it's actually locked behind like energy science pack 3s. So it's about the same progression as it was in the other one. It's just now an actual like science pack that space science pack now, opposed to it being like a weird like ground one, which is cool. It's needed for a high temperature heat exchanger as well as nanomaterials, some other stuff. So it's actually a prerequisite to certain things as well. So and I mean, it is actually the same thing it was actually doing before, essentially. So Matter Science Pack 2 does a couple of other things and things like that. Cool. All the same, it's really cool. Again, going through some of this other tech, just to kind of have a peek at it. Let's see. I got all the infinite ones. Like I said, all the recipes have effectively changed. The mining drills, does this still have that gigantic one? I don't even know. I'm actually kind of curious about that, because that one was always a bit weird. I guess it still is here, the big mining drill. So that's AI Industries that adds that. I wouldn't mind just getting rid of that, by the way, because that one was always a bit of a weird one. But I guess it really insists on that one, but I guess not. Inventory size progression, show container size. Oh, this is the containers and warehouses thing. I guess you don't really get to choose any of that, do you? No, you don't. Because I always found that mining drill to be really weird, because it's like 1 per second, and this one's 1.2. But like you go back to a smaller one, which is really odd. Which I don't know why. But this is because it's the Crastario drill. You're basically sharing them, but that's okay. That's not a big deal. Honestly, if that's my list of complaints right now, that's a very small list. It's not even a complaint, I would say. You get radars, you get advanced radars. I know they did some stuff with that. That's a little bit different. Just the tech is different. Yeah, you kind of get all this stuff. Rocket survivability now is locked behind rocket tech card. So you can actually do some of it without needing to get astronomic, which is good. Actually, I'm not sure if the first one needed astronomic. In base SC, you have to use the big ones for hard resources, I believe. Yeah, it's not a thing in this one. I always like the larger miner for its 5 module slots. The thing is, though, the mining ones that I have here, these are also 5 slots. So, but they cover more of an area, but it's less entities. I actually don't really know which one's better. I just assume the Crastar one is better. Sorry, going back into here, let's see. There's your deep space, your space logistics. Apparently that's a thing now, space logistics. So you have to like unlock all the researches for that as well, which is kind of cool. You get your portable RTGs. You get a super RTG right here. It's only locked behind Energy Science Pack 2, which is really cool as well. What else do you get? So there's your simulation data. Your pylon is now... this one's not the good one. This is pylon substation that you really want. And that one is, yeah, locked behind Energy Science Pack 2. I remember when that's when everything started to really take off, is when I got that. Solar isn't really that different. Space Road Rocket Silo, not that different. That's fine. Energy 3, yeah, these are quite cool. Fusion Energy... so I never used Fusion, and I probably will continue to not use it because it's just inferior to a lot of the other stuff that we have, so I'm not really going to bother with that. Yeah, so just kind of still having a peek through. I think nothing else is really... well, there's probably more here that's different, but I just don't know. I like the fact that Space Elevator comes pretty early. That's really nice. Change radiators from astrometrics. What it says here. Let's have a look at radiators. Oh, here we go. So there's actually a couple of different ones. So the thermal radiator ones is the simple one. This one is the efficient fluid. So that goes to 499 to -10. And then this one is thermal radiator 2. So that one is locked behind astronomic 4 and material 4. So again, giving more use to the material science packs as well, which is kind of good for it. So I never really use these. So yeah. I feel like it's basically inviting you to do a lot of rebuilds after like Deep Space Science 1 or 2 or something, maybe. I don't know. So there's a lot of changes with it. Keeping going down. I don't think there's much else for me to show off. Let's see when these come in, actually. So biological science pack, yes, because the super assemblers is actually a very important one. But the funny part is the space assemblers would actually probably be mostly superior in a lot of ways. Except you can't use productivity modules in them. I totally forgot. That was the reason why you don't want to use them. But if you had a situation where you had to put speeds into something, then the space assemblers are better. But yeah, so material science back to that was the reason why that was useful at all. And like they said, assembler 3s are locked behind rocket science specs, so you are going to have to do something for that. Very interesting, very cool. Keep going down. I think we're basically done. I think we're good. So there's the big question of, obviously, why am I showing you this? So as I was basically explaining earlier in the stream, if nobody was here, experimental matter processing? What? Oh, this is like something else. So essentially, this upgrading to 0.6 has basically crippled my factory a little bit, mostly because the beacons are all gone, the ratios are all off, all the recipes are different. I'm way too much past the end of the my current run, because I'm near the end right now, right? Way too far in to basically start making this kind of a change to it, because it's essentially going to require so much to it. However, this all looks super cool and interesting to me. So here's what I was proposing, and I guess I'll get you guys feedback in a second here. Oh, nice! I built right on top of that. Well, it wasn't there at the time. So here's what I'm thinking right now, guys. So I'm going to rush the answer. The answer is yes. Okay. I'm going to rush the ending of 0.5. I'm going to finish it in the next day or two with just a spaceship victory. Then we'll start again with 0.6 with KS2, because it's not out yet. It's still another day or two out. So that's what I was kind of thinking. This unfortunately means more Factorio. So I will do my best effort to actually start mixing it up with some other games, because I know not everybody wants to see Factorio all the time, especially another run. But I didn't quite anticipate this, I'll say, that they would make such extensive changes to it, and it looks really cool. I actually am interested in, because you remember I started kind of redoing some of my train stops, and I was kind of like, oh, I hated the amount of loaders I used, things like that. And I kind of like the making like a space elevator logistics, like sending some trains up and having like one platform to kind of do this kind of stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm kind of planning on. So essentially what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to revert back to, you could start a poll. I mean, sure. I mean, I could do it, but I'm still continuing the same run. I mean, what difference does it make? Yes. No. So, I mean, sure. Here you go. I love factory stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, if they're coming out with it tomorrow, I'm so close to the end, by the way, that I could just hack something together and just rush it out to basically get that Nexus thing, then just make a ship, and then you do the spaceship victory. There are more secrets in 0.6 as well. That's also what I kind of figured. I figure with the amount of extensive changes that they've made to this, there's absolutely no reason for me to upgrade this factory. It's just too many changes. You might as well just start again. But like I said, I'm so close to the end, I didn't want to leave that run unfinished. So there's also an easy victory to be had with K2. What is it, like the singular? planetary teleporter. Oh yeah, it's this one. Yeah, so I could. No, actually, that's not that easy. It's Deep Space Science Spec 4. Well, actually, it's Deep Space in this one. So is the new one going to be 20x? I was actually thinking about that. I'm not gonna lie. So, but I don't know if I should be doing that. In case you could build a single building in orbit and win, intergalactic receiver, something like that. Yeah. So I'm gonna quit, and I'm going to revert my mods back to the way they were before, and we're going to continue with that. And I am going to play with the mind of. No, I actually might just do 0.10 again. So let's go back to here. Sorry, I don't want to show you guys my desktop. Get porn on it. No, I don't, but whatever. So let me just remove all these mods that I kind of put in. And let's see. Well, yeah, that was pretty much all the stuff I want to show you guys with that. And kind of what I was thinking with that, so what I would likely do is I would probably start mixing it up with, so I'd probably play Factorio slightly less every week. Like right now I've been doing like 4 or 5 days. I would probably lower it to about 2 or 3, just because it is another run. But I like it. But I kind of like the idea of the new stuff, so that's kind of why I want to do it. And I do want to try it. I think I'm in a lucky spot where I'm so close to the end that we could just bang it out. In a thing. I wish I didn't miss the first hour. You just got here. There's a VOD that you should see the VOD. I basically just showed off all the 0.6 stuff and was kind of explaining all the stuff.
Tell me you tested it.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. But yeah. Oh, right. This is oh wait, we need to actually sync again. The reason being is I'll go to my other one because I did change some stuff here. Correct, not in save. I'm gonna remove those two. I have to sync my settings too. You might actually watch that VOD since I usually don't do that on Twitch. I put it on YouTube as well. So yeah, I have to put my stuff back like the stack sizes. Why did it remove that? There it is. Oh, yes, 86%. One person said no. All right. Who's the person who said no? You're getting your name put on novice and shamed. Come out with it. Who said it? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, probably Homp. We all know it's Homp. Really? All right. We're gonna put that onto novice. So yeah, the extensions are the changes are so extensive, but they're so interesting that I really do actually want to play with them. So right now, what we're going to do is our goal is going to be to just do a basic ending, and then we're going to come again. So this way, I could say I finished it, which because I don't like leaving things unfinished. So I do want to finish it up, and then yeah, they're clearly no meant to start the new run immediately. Yep. Yeah. We're gonna say Homp loves Factorio and wants to see nothing else. There you go. There you go, Homp. There, see, Homp? There you are. So, with that being said, we're going to just hack away at, basically, between today and tomorrow, I'm going to do nothing but just literally do the crappiest tier 3 space science that you've ever seen. Just so we can kind of, I'm not, like, all the inefficiencies at this point, I'm calling them, who cares, they're done. We don't care about them anymore. I'm just going to make, like, literally I'm going to make, because I know they use arcospheres, I'm just going to throw it down here, and then, you know, I do that all this stuff. I have a dedicated deconstruction blueprint that removes the space stacks that give me. Yeah, I probably should have that too. But the manualness makes it more loving or something. But yeah, we're gonna hack together a thing for the ending, and that's it. That's what we're gonna do at this point, just so we can start ASAP. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it the day of. Like literally, if I finish this today, I might actually be starting it tomorrow or something. I don't know. But we're gonna basically get through this, which means we kind of can't get all the space sciences, but you know, it's fine. So literally, like I said, I'm just gonna probably have bots deliver half this crap too. That's how much I'm just like whatever on it. Linearly dependent. I don't care. Let's see. It's this one. So, new run tomorrow confirmed. Maybe we'll see. But like I said, I'm lucky in the fact that we actually got this far to the point where like, because as far as I know for the ending, right, all I need is the Nexus. Am I right? This is all I need, right? I don't need anything else. I just need to throw this, and I throw this on a ship, and then we have the spaceship ending. Actually, let's see where the teleporter is. Actually, yeah, the teleporter is behind Science Spec 4. That's not as easy to... Oh, no, that's not it. Never mind. That's the KS2 teleporter. What's it called? Intergalactic that transceiver, this one. Oh, that's actually not as hard to get to as I would have thought. So we could try to do both. They're actually not as hard to get to, although they need arcospheres, unfortunately. But yeah, you might struggle to build a ship that could do Nexus without a little bit more integrity. I think I got one that actually did it pretty well, but we'll try. What's the speed it needs, actually, for it? Does it actually say what speed it needs? It doesn't exactly say, so I guess we'll have to find out later. Nexus adds 2,000 integrity. Oh, what's my limit right now? It's like, I totally forgot about that, actually. You're right. Well, you know, I have 2,500. I just got 5,000. I got 500 to work with. But, I mean, this spaceship, we can definitely do the Deep Space Science Pack 3, so we can get extra we can squeeze an extra 500. There's also a research you need. Require 6 gigawatts of power. I think I can do that. I could just beam the power. No, I can't beam the power. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try it out. We'll see. But yeah, our goal right now is we're just gonna squeeze out. Let's realize that this is a thing. We're gonna squeeze out the remainder of our thing, and I'm probably gonna do a lot of like really awful, just bots doing everything, honestly. So, that's likely. I just realized I'm not playing music right now. Sorry about that. Because we were just having a deep conversation, and I totally forgot about it. But we'll see if I can basically cheese it out, and get to the end. I'm not sure if that's like an unsatisfying ending to you guys, but you know, I would like to get to the new stuff, so that's what I'm saying. Is there a reason why there's no buffer chest here? Yeah, look, you missed the voting window. No, someone just told me to make a poll, and apparently I give in to peer pressure extremely easily, so... so I just left it at that, so... I actually feel like I need to have a poll for this, but you know... Because I'm like, I think we're just doing it. Also, I'm not in the logistic network, that would be why. Where's my, row port? I kind of laid out what the plan was, which is, I'm just gonna try and get to the ending of this one. So we can call it done, and then I won't feel bad about trying to start another run again. But I think I kind of justified it pretty well, I hope, of why I wanted to do what I did. So, but it's like I said, I don't like leaving anything half finished or undone, so that's why we're going to make sure that we finish it, though. So, yeah, it's just more of the same, I guess. After all, I mean, so to the, well, it, like as I said, it changed a lot about how I would be making a lot of my factory layouts and things like that. Like, it effectively makes it so it makes it a lot more worthwhile to do, like to have my base with it like hooked up to trains, right, in the orbit of the moon or whatever, right, that I get to. So I can only hope that I can find something like Respidia again, because Respidia was so good for this run. Respidia was the champion of the game, so. But I'm not sure if we'll get that again. We'll see if we will. I also wasn't sure if, like, I'm sure there's some people out there that don't want me to be doing Factorio all the time, but which is why I kind of reassured and I said I'm gonna try and spread it out with some other games too. So it's not gonna be like 100% of this all the time, but yeah. As long as you solve Arcospheres, DSS is easy. Well, I think we already have, to be honest. So I think we're kind of good on that. Yeah, so that's Naquium stuff. Oops. Is there some reason why? Whatever. I'm just going to do space dilation data. Okay. I like talk about timing though. I mean, like literally I'm so close to the ending of this and I'm like, dang, I could just, you know, finish it up, you know? And we can start with the other ones, so that's what I was kind of thinking to myself, so I'm like, I'm gonna stop wasting my time with all these little minor inefficiencies and just start concerning myself more with, like, you know, this other stuff that I could be doing. I don't recall if you were here when you did the Arcospheres, but Matt liked it. This is 20 minutes blind. It wasn't 20 minutes. I think it was a bit longer than that. I did spend, I think 20 minutes was what I spent staring at the screen going like, what the hell is this? I actually tried after the fact, by the way, to look up what some other people did, and I don't understand what anyone else did. Nobody really had any well, I couldn't find any blueprints immediately, I'll say that much, so. Let's see. Naquium, and that returns some of that dilation data. I'm gonna just active provider the Arcospheres. But it was actually really entertaining though. Let's see. My setup isn't without its flaws, but I thought it was actually a pretty good deal though. I did the same as you. I got into SC Beta, saw the changes, tried to rush your 0.5 to the end before try 0.6. Well, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm so close to the end. It's like there is nothing I can do. Like, I cannot at this point do anything different. At this point, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna keep that the same. Is there an Arcosphere? 155. Because there's so much different, and I want to try some new stuff with my own factories here, and I'm just like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to actually start screwing with this. Okay. So that's it for that one. Let's see. I'm gonna actually put on traditional solver because it's gonna basically blow up then. It's the same thing. Okay, whatever, fine. We've already solved this problem. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. What? Whatever, fine. I'll do it. Okay. Naquium processing changes are rough. Yeah, I feel like it's like playing a new game almost at this point, right? So it's actually really worth it to do it. So, you know, we could worry about all the inefficiencies at some other point. Are they all the same thing, by the way? Because I've already solved all of this then. Okay, maybe this is gonna be a lot easier than I thought it was gonna be. There's nothing from that one. We're gonna need some more Arcospheres though, for sure. I might go bring some back right now. So I think we're gonna need them. What I should actually have less of this. How many is it asking for? 2.6? Never mind. I'll keep it the same. I'm just worried it's gonna be sitting in some machines. Whoa. Where'd that come from? And let me guess what the last one is. Yeah, again, it's one of these things. It's so weird. It's the have you solved Arcospheres science, that's what it is. You're resetting your K2 SE run when you blindly installed this 133 recipe upgrade. If anyone, by the way, if there's anyone that has anything that they want to see from the second run that's different, because all I can really think of right now is just increasing the science. I don't know if I want to increase the science multiplier. I think times 10 was pretty good, but I don't know. I could do it, like, again. I don't know what. I'm still thinking about it. Belts only? I mean, that could be one I could do. Yep, it's got everything now. I don't think we need that many test racks at all, to be honest. Let's just delete these. Ugh. Love to see an invested planet being cleaned? What? Cleaning a planet? It's like a laundry. Alright. I think I did a pretty good job cleaning my plants last time, to be honest. I would want to still do the same strategy I did before, which is like go to a small moon and just you know, make my base there, because I thought that I still think that was like the best strategy I came up with. Alright, we're gonna have to... yeah. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna bother with any of these other sciences right now, because, well, why even go into mining productivity when we're not staying in the save for, until, like, tomorrow or the day after? That's what I mean. That's what I mean by hacking it together. By the way, because I'm just like, yeah. Oh, it's not close enough? Oh, well, I can just... But, like, when I saw all those changes, I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna be doing this again. But, also, that sounds really fun. So, that was... It was a very mixed set of feelings, let me tell you that. Because I'm like, I was sold on space elevators, let me be honest. That's where they had me. When we talked about it before, I was kind of like, yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to be using space elevators. And then, like, I actually saw them in action. I'm like, you know what? These make a hell of a lot of sense. And they look cool as hell, so I'm like, I'm doing it. Quite honestly, it doesn't take a whole lot to convince me. Space folding data. You know what? To be honest, I think I might reduce the amount that I'm making here. Let's do... So I think this is too much for it, actually. I'm never going to use this much anyways. Actually, we're gonna have to make sure that this is still good. As I'm saying, I think I'm gonna need more Arcospheres. Whoops, I didn't mean to actually delete that entire thing. There you go, just do that. Just have a little bit less here. So unfortunately, I believe this means I've stalled my Arcospheres, because they're just inside the machines. They are. Ugh. I just need more of them. And also, it needs to stop asking for so many of them too, I think. But to be honest, I kind of need that many, so... let's just bring some of them, let's just bring some of these ships back then. Oh, this is not good. What happened here? Oh, the water is full. Dude, even in space, I somehow cause these problems. I don't even know. How many Arcospheres does this thing have? 9. That's not worth it. It apparently screwed up a long time ago. Oh my god, they all screwed up. Okay, well that's not good. Okay, this one's fine. How many Arcospheres do you have? 21. You are at Slumberland. I'm gonna tell you to go back to Caladius, actually, with whatever you have. What's the distance on this one? I probably should have it go through the anomaly first. Let's just do that. This one has 24. I noticed a lot of the recipes are very similar to each other as far as layouts go. Did not really observe... Oh, wait. Actually, one second. I need to remove the 0.6 preview because we're not actually doing that anymore. Sorry about that. If you came in here and you were expecting that, this is not 0.6 right now. This is 0.5. We're just trying to finish up the run. Yeah, I should put that out. Finishing 0.5. Okay. Alright, let's send this out to thing. $17, good enough for me. This one's on its way to wherever, and this one definitely hasn't really been doing anything, has it? Yeah, just 3. Alright, well, it's fine. The real problem is, like, it doesn't have enough at the moment, because it just asked for too many in these chests. You know what, I'm just going to lower the amount that's asking for. You know what, actually, I just realized I made a terrible mistake. I should have fixed here. I don't know why I had them make it going into 2 different machines here. What do you mean empty space? Oh, there's empty space there. I don't know why I decided that they should all have their own box. What was this before? Oh, it's like there. And the last thing would be these Arcosphere inversion things. How did I do this one, though? Oh yeah, it just comes from 1 box. That's fine. I have a lot of lambdas and a lot of zetas. Why would that not actually... How did it even get into this situation? It has made too many of lambdas and zetas. Okay, that's weird. Did I find some kind of like I feel like I made it do some kind of like, because, well, okay. They are supposed to request it from buffer chests. So if there's no omegas in the thing, you didn't solve Arcospheres correctly, it would appear I did not. I honestly think it's also a matter of I didn't make enough of it, or I don't have enough of them right now. I'm gonna just take some of this out. Just try and restart the system. Okay, now they're going again. It basically, it's the real issue is it was basically in the machines, like, and they're not being used properly, right? So, whoops, they were just stuck in machines. That's really what the issue is. If I had more of them, this would be more of a elegant solution. Although, I guess it wouldn't be because it would at some point eventually have a problem again. So, anyways, it's restarting now, so it's fine. I just had to take them out of my inventory. I'm gonna have time to think about a better, more elegant solution to this. So that's where I found the long-term production graphs helpful. I mean, it still is a little bit weird. It is going. I think, like I said, I think it's just a matter of it stalled because I don't have enough of them, and they were just stuck in machines. This is something I was trying to solve with my original iteration of it, but I couldn't quite do it. Like, I was trying to enable the inserter only if what it had was in there, and then I couldn't really figure that one out. Because the boxes, you can't actually read and set contents. It's a radio button, so... That's the part that kind of sucks about it, so... interesting. It says too much fluid. Oh, I see. Like the... Okay, they're going again. If I had more Arcospheres, it would definitely do it, though. But you can see I have some comprehensive catalogs coming in now. Let's go get also this stuff. Yeah, I thought I had one. Oh, I do have one right there. Never mind. I'm pretty sure I placed this before, and I did. Alright, and what we're going to do is we're going to just turn on the stop over here. Did it actually... Is that the right one? Oh no, that's this one. Yeah, these ones have some productivity issues, mostly with singularity data. I'm not sure why. Oh, it's ion steam, that's why. I think my intent was I was going to actually copy the an ion steam stop right like this. We're gonna just let that happen, just so we can have more of that. What else? I need to get some of this over here. That one is definitely the weirder science, but I do feel like you can like centralize a lot of it too, which is really neat. Actually, I can just pull this from down here. I think that pipe may be connected to the middle at the first factory. That new pipe? This one? Let's see. Oh no, it's not. This is a long space 9. It doesn't connect on the sides. Yeah, it's a 9. Also, that would error out if I did have it connected there improperly, so... Okay, let's just pull this in now. 1. I'm just checking this again. Right, we can do this, so we can do both. Whatever it takes, we will... Whoops. We will hit things that are on my desk. Mostly my coffee cup. That's what we're going to do. No. What I was saying was anything... Whatever it takes, I will get to... I will try both endings, and we'll see how that goes. Let's see. 151. Why is this one giving me a not moving error? Shouldn't be. That's it, right? Oh no, this is the one. Whatever. Let's go to Calidus. Whatever you want to call it. What did I type in before? Wet Weir. Oh, this is one without arcospheres. I don't really care about that one, to be honest. 153. Okay, 17. And last one is 152. Okay. Research for victory. Nope, nothing. I think it has to do with Nexus, and that's it. That's all I really know. But I'm not actually sure. Otherwise, you might be doing the intergalactic transceiver one if there's... Because you don't need Deep Space Science 2, do you? Or, sorry, 4. You don't need this one, right? Teleportation. I guess it's different to K2? Yeah, that's my assumption. Yeah. Because I don't see anything here that requires... Deep Space Science... Like, there's nothing victory-related here. It seems like a icing-on-the-cake kind of research. That's what it is. It's for the infinite research. It's kind of like what rocket science packs were in vanilla, right? It just seems like Nexus. Yeah, there you go. Spaceship Victory. It literally says there. It just doesn't find it when I search it up for some reason. You need DSS-4 and SE? Doesn't appear to be the case here. So, it's different here, I guess. It's cheat mode, I guess. I don't know. What do you even need for Deep Space Science 4? Let's have a look. You need interstellar travel data. I guess you get that from the Nexus. Reality hypergraph analysis data. Naquium processors and stuff. Okay. And this one is... What's this one? Teleportation data. Naquium cube, singularity, and time-space anomaly data. And then another lovely arcosphere one. So, given enough time, I would have enough to basically do that. So apparently these ones have stalled because there's no Zeiss. Like I said, it's a lack of them right now. I'll just pull some of these out because it's asking for so many. I actually might lower the amount that it wants, actually. Okay, I'm not asking for 5 of each now. It requesting much less than that is better than it stalling continuously. Yeah, it's still going. It's just not very fast. Because I don't have a lot to look at right now, so that's what I mean. I only have like 3 kinds right now. It's kind of annoying. Whatever. Okay, we got Deep Space Science packs over there. Alright, I guess we might as well just go right for the Nexus, or no we don't. We can't have to go Nacrium processors, and we can go for the Nexus. What does this need? Oh god, more Arcospheres. You know what? That ship that wasn't moving? 156. Let's just send it somewhere just so it has a bit more, just in case we need it. What's your high-level Arcosphere logic? It's averages. So essentially what it's doing is it's counting the total that it requires versus the total that it makes. And if one is greater than the other, then it activates the requester chest for it. So that's what it's doing. So it's essentially trying to keep all of the Arcospheres in equilibrium. That's what it's doing for it. It's not. It was more of like it's a very simple version of it, to be honest. It was meant to be more something when I had more Arcospheres to go. It would be not entirely accurate, but it would be a tolerated level of inaccuracy to allow it to keep going. It does have a bit of a buffer too. It says it's a buffer of 12, so plus or minus, like basically plus or minus 12 kind of thing. It'll ignore differences in that kind of thing. That's all I did for it. That was the best solution I came up with at the time, and I was going to rethink it as well to maybe see if I want to do anything different with that. I do like how it turned out though. But the issue with it stalling right now is because, unfortunately, what happens is there's like 2 just sitting in machines, right? And if they're just sitting in machines, they're not being used. So that's the level of tolerance that the setup needs to require. Is like there will be stuff stuck in the machines. How about the 2 machines at the bottom? Oh, that's the inversion. So inversion counts all of them, and then does the inversion if it comes down to that. So it's trying to invert it, I believe, right now. No, it's not. It's trying to invert this one. What's it doing, actually? You know what? I think it's screwed up, actually. Believe it or not. Hold up. I think you just brought up a good point. Xi. Because it just has a ton in here right now, but why is there no Xi? Oh, that would be why, because the requester is set up wrong. It's this one. It doesn't need Zeta. It makes Zeta. Yeah. Okay, if it had Xi... There you go. That's what the issue was. It was not doing this. It had the wrong one. I mistyped. I misentered it in. That was the issue. But good call out, by the way. Good call out. I didn't even notice it. That's why it was stalling, by the way. It's because the inversion wasn't going for this one. It just had a bunch in the container, and it wasn't able to do anything with it. So you have good eyes. You have good eyes on you for my mistakes. This is a professional stream, by the way. Okay, let's get this going over to here. But yeah, it is still like a rough, like, so they do request them buffers on all the chests, except for that one, apparently. That was the only one that didn't do it. What? Dude, what was I doing? I don't even know. That one, I don't know why that one's so radically different from the rest of them. Because they do request from buffers, so it prioritizes these. It not only does it never get whatever it wants, it sucks. How's the ratio right now? It's close. I just feed it manually. Yeah, so the whole point is it's supposed to prioritize to the machines that want to keep it in equilibrium,
and then every other machine kind of gets it later, kind of a thing. Like I said, the only part that kind of sucks is like machines like this, like they're just holding on to it for no reason. Like right here, there's no reason for them to have it if I'm not making Nacroom Test Rex, for example. Theta is always rough, yeah. I need to get some more Zais, actually. I think I might put some storage over here for this. Just because they're going really far away to store it when it could be a lot closer. There's no way for me to filter by any kind of arcosphere, so whatever, just put random ones down. I could buffer it, I guess. Buffer would probably... No, because then all the machines don't use it, so... wait, this one doesn't have its thing, or... Yeah, that would be an issue. Alright. These need space folding data, and it's making more of it. That would be that's the one that has the least of it, to be honest, so... I think we've basically resolved all the little issues with it, so... And after that one, we're going to go into spaceship hull integrity. What's it called? Oh, it's this one. Factory spaceship, so... I'm hoping this will be enough for us. It should be, hopefully. How fast do we need to go? I guess we'll find out, won't we? Unless the Nexus says something about it. Energy use is proportional to speed, can gain data from interstellar movement. Nexus is designed to act as a distortion drive. Well, whatever. It's not really that hard to do. It's kind of ironic because, like, this actually is the best place to have this deep space science. There's no reason to put this onto a ship anywhere. It is just something that's going to be done with logistic. Or sorry, shouldn't be a train stop. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. So how close is this one? Yeah. So unfortunately, when it does something like this, where it's just sitting in the container, I have to like remove it. Because it shouldn't be enabled, but yeah, it is. How's the balancers going? Pretty good. They're somewhat doing their job. They're not great at it, but they are kind of doing it. They're letting me progress with the science to some degree. I want to say. It's just I still feel like we don't have enough of them. If I had more of them, then this would be a lot easier, where they're not like stalled constantly and doing whatever they want. I mean. Trying to think of other things I could do for this, but I don't know. We'll have to see. So here's one more. I don't know how it works in K2, but if this were SE, I'd say you're missing a tech after Nexus. I actually don't know, to be honest. So the bots travel less? Oh, storage chest per type right next to them? It could. I'll leave it be for now. It's working, so we'll just we'll leave it the way it is. Is there what's this one doing? Doesn't have any arcospheres. Oh, is this one of the stupid ships that didn't have anything on it? Okay, let's just make sure we get rid of some of these. It mentions distortion drive, which isn't on your... No. There isn't any distortion drive. Maybe the intergalactic transceiver isn't the intended ending? I don't know. I wouldn't know, actually, to be honest. So... This is, again, one of these ones again that does this. I don't remember how we unlocked that. 1 second. There is no distortion drive. There's a iridium pile driver. Well, I guess we'll see when we get there. Let's see. I'm just trying to leave space for the Arcosphere ships to get into here and drop off whatever goodies that they have for me. It's very important to me. In the last 10 minutes. It's still kind of using them, but now they've completely stalled out, so... Again, it's probably because it has like a bunch of them and too many of them are on, so... I should have added... if I had to change it, I would have added more conditioning to it. What? Oh wait, is that Arcospheres? I think this is an Arcosphere ship that just arrived. Yeah, it's stalled again. Oh wait, no, never mind, it's still going. Oh right, it's going because I have more Arcospheres now. Yeah, there's another one that's waiting here, so... My hope is that this will be enough to basically resolve whatever it is. Yeah, now it's swinging. The minute I did that, it's like, yeah. Because there's still some, like, inside these machines. I really hate the fact that it holds the Arcospheres. So that's really the problem that I need to solve, and I don't know how to solve that. That's a very challenging problem to solve, so... I also should have never stored Steam. I don't know why I ever did this, to be honest. This has been, like, a huge issue for my ships. I guess it was so I could support more than, like, whatever bank it wants, but yeah. You solved the biggest problem already? Which is, like, crafting them or whatever, or what? Okay, there's your Arcospheres. Just gonna have it leave. The bad setting? Oh, yeah, that one, yeah. Like I said, it essentially resolved the issue, so, you know. We're willing to wait a little bit longer for the research in this case, because it's like, I have 3 technically left, and then we may win the game. I'm not actually sure if we're going to win the game, but apparently we may win it. That's a really weird part. So... So again, with the inversion, I'm probably... Well, no, the inversion's just going, so never mind. I mean, I probably should have had this not be 5. Because I'm asking for way too many of them now. I need a way to see, like, what's in a machine already, you know? It's either that or, like... Maybe you don't do boxes, do one global, like, warehouse with all that stuff. Or a buffer container or something, and it just takes from that one, you know? That's maybe what I should do instead, right? You just put a giant warehouse or something around it, and then, like, you put the ones you're not using back in that giant warehouse. That may have been a better solution for this, and then you enable or disable inserters to grab whatever you need based upon that, so... More Arcospheres means less downtime between folding. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm saying, that's kind of the solution to the problem. And it means you don't, like, yeah. It means, like, when you have a couple just sitting in a chest or whatever, that it's not hugely wasted, you know? Because that's what the issue is with a lot of this. Oh, there you go, they added some more to it. I don't know why it has a stack size on them, but I guess that's how it works, because everything has a stack size. Even like satellites have a stack size. Doesn't matter if they can't use it with one slot. It's an engine limitation thing. So there's also potentially like a memory thing where you read the contents of the inserter and then you add that to like a memory circuit of some sort. That is also probably another way you could do that. That wouldn't be that bad. Be a pretty elegant way of doing it, so. Where's the transceiver? Intergalactic. So this one right here. So this would be a Singularity Tech card. Into this. So this is the order of researches we're gonna do, like that. Also demands each arco on these buildings could also add to negative counts. So no, that was my original implementation. I was reading the negative counts from the logistic network and treating that as a requirement or a request. And apparently that doesn't count because only bots that are moving and don't have a full stack count as a negative number. It's really weird how that works. Why would a space probe rocket solid be here? Let's do 5-6. They don't have anything anymore. Doing a manual count for each recipe in a constant? Yeah, but you can't read what's in a machine, unfortunately. That's kind of the missing piece from my perspective. If you could read the counts in a machine, that would make things a hell of a lot easier. You can't read it in a requester chest, and you can't read it from a what's it called? You can't read from a requester chest, and you can't read it from a whatever it's called, the a requester chest or a or from the building. You can read what the insert is. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You'd have to do a memory circuit for it. Because your options are essentially to pulse or hold or something. You'd have to add it to something. Like you'd have to go... Dang it. Let me show you. So I'm wondering how that would be, right? So you'd say you can read hand contents, you can pulse or hold it. As long as it's in there, or one tick. But I'm not sure how you would... Yeah, well, like, I've done some memory circuit stuff before, but that's, like, way more complex than what I have here. This one is an infinitely easier one to deal with. That's why, like, I think one box is a better idea. One buffer container, so that the bots can take it out of there, and that all the machines can basically surround it and do something with it, you know? Like, you do something like... One... it doesn't quite work, does it? Yeah, it doesn't quite work. Because it's not big enough, actually. Yeah, so that's like... So this requires 10 machines, and I can only fit 8 around it. Yeah, I have one central storage. Yeah, that would do it. So, I mean, some people do it with landing pads, because landing pads are larger, so that will definitely fit it. But the problem with that one is... You can't use it as a logistic road port or whatever. You can't use it like that. So that's why having one box would have been really great for it. But yeah, I don't know. There's so many ways of solving the problem, but like, yeah, complexity comes with a cost, and it's more that things can go wrong. It's more UPS potentially. It depends what you're doing with it. So that was my kind of my worry with like a logistic bot network or something. So. Sorry, not logistic bot network, the memory circuit thing with it. Sorry, I'm like mixing up my words because I'm thinking about two things at once here. Well, let's get this going. Let's see. Oh my god, it's more arcospheres? Are you shitting me? Well, whatever. My end solution was just to flip as much of them as possible to a midpoint number. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm doing averages. I still think it's a good option, because if I go arcospheres... See, look at that. That's actually pretty good. So we have a lot of zetas, so zeta will be basically consumed a lot more. But yeah, we have a ton of zetas. Zeta males. But you'll notice that a lot of the stuff that uses zeta is going to be... Yeah, this one's being used a lot, because if you look at the thing, it's like 36 versus 57, so it does a really good job. And then this one's is also zeta, so the inverter one is constantly on as well. I should actually put some of these guys down here, so I'll let them move around a lot better. The superchargers are so good, though. I really am a big fan of that. The thing I want to do in my next run is I do want to use a lot more logistic mining bots, because I think I've learned those are probably the best option for UPS. When I start to get to a ridiculous scale like I'm at right now. The only issue I have is like, and you kind of started to see me struggle with it a little bit over here. Oh, these are already done, huh? Where are they at? You started to see me struggle with it a little bit here, which is like, how do I feed the machines whatever they need, right? Let's do a... Oh, we don't have that, do we? I need to think about that a little bit more. Oh, wow. I can't give this any logistic bots. You know, I might just hook up these two bot networks, actually, because I'm really lazy. I would need to have some kind of, like, resupply train or something. No, I wouldn't want that. I don't know what to do. Like, how do you... I mean, you could have a slot dedicated to, like, logistic bots in one of the train carriages or something. Or it just, if you have, like, 50 bots in a network, that is enough for it to basically never have attrition. So there's also a possibility. You just keep the bot network small. I don't know if 50 is enough to basically feed, you know, a lot of these machines or whatever, but yeah. I definitely, yeah. Tiny little networks. Yeah, I'm just wondering if 50 is good enough, but then again, these are the really buffed up Factorio bots. So that probably is actually the best thing to do. Just have 50 bots. See, they have 10 cargo capacity, so that's actually probably the best thing to do. Because my thing was like, how do I equalize 4 warehouses potentially? I mean, I don't even have to make it 4. I can make it something else, right? But how do I equalize 4 warehouses and, you know... because I didn't want to have belts do it. I hate the... Because the Nakum is a good example of my attempt to do that. Because I did something here and then it basically starts carrying between that. But I'm like, man, this is not great on... I mean, you know what? Honestly, it's not that much UPS anyways. In this particular case, this is maybe good enough. But yeah, I don't know. My thing was like, how do I balance this? And I don't know how. I still, to this day, I don't know how. And I would have figured bots would have done a better job at it, but I don't know. This is probably the best way of doing it. But like, really what the problem in this run has been is like you look at on this surface, loaders. I mean, loaders aren't that bad actually. These are actually quite good. Nakum is off the move, yeah. Quite honestly, you know what? This is actually probably perfectly acceptable. Just do this, because look at my inserters. They're like 0.01. It's loaders that are really bad, by the way. Loaders are like crippling for my factory. So I broke my Naquium hauler in chat plays. 43 hours to drift home. Oh no, that's a hard one. Anyways, loaders are 3 inserters apparently. Not these ones. These are the game's hidden loaders. There's either the mini loaders, which is basically hidden inserters, or the x10 ones, which are using the game's internal ones. So when it does class loader, that is referring to the fact it actually isn't an inserter. I believe that's how it works. Class inserter and class loader are treated as different things. If it was actually an inserter, it would be a class inserter. Oh, you mean UPS wise? Yeah. We were discussing on the Factorio Discord. Well, okay, they're more like. Okay, so they're apparently like 10% worse, the loaders, for when you go 1-to-1. But the only advantage to the loaders is like the main advantage to the loaders is that they will do a full 90 per second for items. With inserters, you know, it's highly dependent upon where you're taking it from. But if it's like, this is why I have that mod, by the way, to show you the inserters. So if it's going from, you know, train to warehouse, it's 40 a second. So that one's really good. But if you look at some of my old like train stops kind of thing, like over here, let's say, I don't know, that this doesn't really count. Oh, these are the old inserters anyways. Let me go to one of my other ones. So it's 40 per second normally at peak, but if I had a system like this where I was going like, yeah, lol, let's just put the loaders into like one warehouse. This is a terrible idea, by the way. You don't do this. And then he just outputs here and onto like belts like the inserters, and these ones go 23.23. So, yeah. Oh god, haha. Yeah. At the time I didn't realize this. I thought it was efficient, but no. I learned after a long time that loaders are consuming a lot more when you do this kind of stuff. Especially because I didn't put an arbitrary limit on this warehouse. It's like, yeah, it was a bad idea. I learned. This is a part of the optimizations I was eventually going to do this run. So, chests are OP. Warehouses are good too. Warehouses are just larger chests. That's all they are. But if you don't limit it, if you don't do this to it, it will treat it as like a ginormous chest, and it'll basically have to scan through all the contents of it whenever it does anything with it. And that's why it's slow, so. Alright, is it stalled or no? No, it's still going. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to limit these ones a little bit. So apparently it is prioritizing the wrong ones. I'm going to just check my arcospheres and maybe just take a couple of them out. Because there's a couple in these machines that shouldn't be in there. And neither of these are going, which is interesting. I guess they're really close and they don't need inversion. Yeah, they're like super close. Apparently UPS from those warehouses isn't ideal. It's only because they're so large. That's why. That's the only reason. Also, I need to do this. That is actually the only reason. It's because, like I said, it's because it has to scan whenever it adds or removes something or something like that. The loaders and inserters have to scan up and down, like the entire thing. Otherwise, they're not that bad. Allegedly. So that's why you're supposed to put a limit on it. You're supposed to do things like, you know, do the things like this, you know. You're supposed to do that. If you don't do that, then it's scanning the entire thing, and it's a very. If you need a lot of space, because think about like what some people do. Some people, what they'll do in this game is they'll go like, oh, when you don't have that option, you just like they start putting like inserters like this. So this is the same cost as apparently like a warehouse, basically, except you're using more inserters as well. So that's why it's not as good. I don't know this as a fact, so don't take it as gospel, by the way. So I probably should elaborate on that. All right, I actually might remove 2 more of these machines, actually. Because I actually don't need that many test racks. The 2x2 warehouses are nice. Yeah, those are really good. The big ones are good too. Like they're all good. I actually ended up using on my vacuum haulers the if I could find one somewhere. I guess it's near here, right? Yeah, I actually used the 2x2 ones over here. Even though technically speaking, buffer chests are better. Like the smaller chests are much better than this. Simply because they can store more, like per the surface area. So this is because at the time I did this, I was making a belt feeded system, and I really should have done logistic bots. I learned like loaders were really bad, and so are warehouses, and they should feel bad. Especially when you use them in combination with loaders. But yeah, I don't know. It is whatever. So kind of excited to have another crack at a train base, to be honest, as well. I got a lot of things I want to change that I have some ideas around. So you know. How bad is this research? This is 10k, this is 20k. Yeah, so that one's gonna be worse. 40k. Okay, we got a bit of ways to go, don't we? Your necro hauler is all tiny buffer chests. Yep. Okay, we got a lot of ships that aren't moving, unfortunately. So does this one have a... Yeah, it does have a port. Just gonna start sending it to some places. Oh, wait. This Fornetza. Bumper field, sure. Let's see, 153. I can send this one wherever I want. Uh, 154. Just making sure it has everything it needs. Yeah, it does. It's all the stuff I found. Sea of Sorrows, sure. Hopefully I didn't already choose that one. 154. That's 152. And this one also has... Okay, this one does not have speed modules. So that should go to either the grape one or something else. I think it was grape shot. Yeah, it's grape shot. Okay, I'll send it to grape shot. Yeah, your necro hull is all tiny buffer chests. Those are actually really good. Don't kid yourself. It is actually a really good way of doing it. That's why I kind of was thinking you don't actually need like warehouses. You don't need a warehouse mod at all. It's like, yeah, it's not necessary. Why is it still adding things into here when it doesn't need to? Basically anything that's full. For some reason, these two have prioritized everything. I don't know how they managed it, but they did. Somehow they found a way. They shouldn't be doing buffers, right? No, they're not. They're just not requested by the rest of the network. Can't tell you why. But for some reason, this one that uses Xi and Lambda is just like, never gets anything, so who knows? I think it was just because it made so many of it before. That's why. It looks like it's going, so it's just gonna take a bit of time, unfortunately. Like I said, far from a perfect system. 151. Shield was in the way. Wait, is there no... There's no silo here. What? Okay, I guess there's no silo here. Whatever. Fine. I had another place somewhere, so I'm gonna just send it back to Fornetza. Arc ship ready, 153. That is incorrect, you are not ready for anything. You don't have any things for that, so... It just mistakenly put that one in, so 152. This is Grape Shot. Yeah, it's not right. 154. I think it's just doing a mistake in when it tells me that, so... Sea of Sorrows... Alright, let's go do its thing. Why does this one say it doesn't have enough logistics space available? What the hell? Why did it... Wait, it has logistics space. 153, right? No, it's this one that doesn't. That's a different one. I don't really care about this one. Oh my god, copper plates? They were putting the stupid bots are putting it here. Oh my god, they're so dumb. What did it still put in here? I don't even know. Give it some more inserters, I guess. I just don't want that message appearing anymore. Okay, that's fine. Alright, how many processors do we need for, well, what are they used in, actually? Portable antimatter energy singularity reactor. That's an important one. Planetary teleporter. Deep Space Science Pack 4s. Arcolink storage. The Nexus requires just one. Reality hypergraph, yeah. The rest of it is just like deep space science and stuff like that. This is also one I could get, but I don't really want to, so... I'm gonna guess that the tech is probably a little bit different in with the Factorio, but I think they've likely overhauled it in the 0.6, so that's the thing that looked like to me. It's just another reason to upgrade to it, you know? As if you need another reason, you know, but yeah. The need, let's see. Whatever, I guess we'll see what the rest of it needs in a bit here. 153 isn't moving. Fornetza. This is one of the ones that could be going, so let's see here. I think let's check out what actually no. Go back to Fornetza. Crystal Collective, apparently I packed up and left there, so that doesn't count. Okay, 153. There's one that I didn't remove anything from. What? 153, sorry. What are the other ones that are kind of down here? Galactic Gavel, no. Godash or Slumberland, I think. Godash. Nope, how about Slumberland? Yep, that would be it, Slumberland. Alright. We'll see how that goes. Oh goody, it's I don't have speed modules, what? I guess we don't have speed modules. Well, they're coming. I'm not like using them up here, am I? I thought I stopped this thing. I may not have. Yeah, we seriously had some problems making speed modules, apparently. Where are they all at? It's like, it's being made somewhere here. Yeah, this one. Well, I mean, they are going. The irony is I could probably just hook it up to this. Alright, I'm gonna do that. So I originally at some point intended to have some kind of solution where I was training them around. And I clearly never did that. And I'm well past the point where I think I care anymore, so... I'm just gonna try and get as many as I can right now. Yeah, it's just, yeah. I made like this huge production chain to make these. And it was like, yeah, it wasn't worth it. And now it's just gonna come from here instead. Because I made them into providers now. Because we can actually start making a 3000 ship as soon as we get the Nexus, and then we'll be in good hands essentially. So. If only I had more of this this Zai. It's always the Zai. It's the same two that are always having a problem, but I think it's more because I don't know. I think it's more for other reasons. I think it's just because it was in balance before. It may actually still be in balance for all I know. I mean, nothing appears to really be having a huge issue. Yeah, I see some Zetas over there. I'm gonna just reset some of these. I think I should really give it just 2. Can you artificially imbalance to get more Zai, or would that ruin it all? It would, technically I could, but I don't want to attempt it because I feel like it would be worse. I'm not gonna lie. I think that may be a bad idea. I think what I need to do is I need to just lower the amount that it has in these. That's how I'm reducing it to 2 Arcospheres for both. Just so it doesn't get into a spot where it, yeah, does that. Alright, Nexus. That doesn't do anything weird, right? I don't think so. Gravimetrics. Actually, I'm just gonna give it these ones. All right. All right. Here's your Naku processors. Oh, we need advanced neural gel. Hey, Namal, how you doing? Hey, Naku processors. Wow, that gives you back a lot of one type of thing. That's terrible. Might actually go feed it differently. Alright, we don't need that many of these, so I'm just gonna go for, like, I don't know, like 10 of them or something. Because I saw what it was required for, and it wasn't that much. Because it's unfortunately hampering my science at this point, if I continue on this path. Just debating here. Let me look at this again. Yeah, we're not doing that, we're not doing that. Singular reactor, no, we're not gonna do that. Planetary teleporter, we're not doing that. No. No. Yes, that requires 1. No. No. Oh, we can make a thruster suit 4. I don't think we should, because it requires that thing. Storage, no, that's it. Okay, we're done. We'll just leave it like this. I'm trying to let the like, this is enough to basically make whatever I need to, so. We would prefer to keep the science going rather than everything else. Alright, you know what I'm also gonna do? I'm gonna limit these to like 1. Because they can afford to be slowed down, I'm not gonna lie. There we go, 1 and 1. Alright. Well, that was it for Nacrium processors. That's a really simple one. Yeah, I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna hop down there and pick up a lot of that stuff. Because I have actually a lot of speeds with me, so we might as well get that going. There is a 153 is not moving. I'll look at that in a minute here. So does anyone have any suggestions for how to improve my or change the difficulty spike for me? I don't know if it needs to be more difficult. I'm not gonna lie actually about that. So it just occurs to me with this mod, you changed the antagonist from the game from the biters to a human error. I mean, that was always the antagonist. Also, hi Kent. You know they're making a major release to this mod, like literally tomorrow or something. It's great. We're playing it even more. Man, I hate human error. Can you beat it before then? That's what I'm attempting to do right now. We're kind of rushing to the technology that I would need to get to make that into reality. So that is right. It's out on Discord. It won't be on the mod pro for a while. If you were here before at the start of the stream, I actually downloaded it. He didn't say for a while. He said it was for. He said July 1st was the tentative date. As far as I know, that hasn't changed. That would be tomorrow. So. I feel like you've been the stage of beating the game for like 10 months. Well, technically speaking, Ken, I started in December, so check your shitlord or something. I don't know. But you're not incorrect. Could upgrade right now to 0.6. Like I said, I was looking at it today, and I determined that there's so many changes that there's no point in me upgrading. It's because literally you're rebuilding everything. All the important productivity change are like, yeah, is like completely different now. And plus, like I would want to build my, because with space elevators, I'd want to build my main base on a moon orbit rather than Caladius is what I did here. There's actually a reason now to do some of this stuff, so. It's fucking Factorio long war. It really is, though. The rescue Ukrainian war will be over at this point? Yeah. You're not wrong, like I'm saying. But it looks really fun. Dude, it's not my fault they released another, like, major update to it, and it looks really good, too. What can I do, man? What would you have me do? What would you have me do? But yeah. He says, I don't intend for the Discord only situation for the last song. As soon as it seems stable enough, I'll put on the portal, hopefully a couple days. Yeah. He was also kind of tying it with the Crastario stuff, because Crastario also did a lot of changes to it. And it's been something that a lot of people are doing as well. That's the other thing I noticed. So. I'm going to launch to this video. Why do I have speed modules here? Oh, that's not going anywhere. Whatever. Just gonna ignore that one. No, whatever. I mean, it's Long War-ish, but yeah. Trying to debate if there's anything else I can do to help speed it along, but I'm not sure if there is. Well, there is some of these other little guys that are a problem, but yeah. The inversion is still going. Actually, the inversion is a very important part of it right now, apparently. So this doesn't seem to be working, I'll ignore it. Problem solved. If you just ignore your problems, you win. How can you lose? Ken, you don't know pain until you've done Arcospheres, okay? That is the true pain. Arcospheres are really crazy. I'm wondering where they all are, but it's literally a matter of I need more of them, I think. Because they have Arcosphere inversion and Arcosphere folding, so those ones are really weird. It's gonna just move some of this around. Maybe I should put a lamp on when it's actually being used or something. You know, the inversion is so wonky right now. I might add another thing for this, actually.
Because this one just needs a heck of a lot more. I mean, I could put speed 9s, but I don't have speed 9s, so... I found them scale this mod. I feel the existential pain to finish. I get to finish adding a new industry and realize I need yet more iron production. Yeah, this one's more like you end up redoing it like 3 times throughout the course of the run. So that's literally what space exploration kind of wants from you. Whoops! I hit my keyboard. Interesting. Is it going or no? Oh, it's not connected to speed yet. Well, let's just do this. There you go. That solves that. There you go. All the inversion. Challenge about Arcosphere without smarts, so purely belts. Yeah, so we talked about that actually the other day. We were talking about like a sushi belt of Arcospheres, you know? And just always maintaining like an equilibrium on that. It's doable. I don't know if I'd want to do that. So I feel like it's stick a fork in your eye except with a spoon or something, I don't know. In either case, it's really challenging to kind of get that going, so... I actually think this will solve this, by the way, having two of these machines going. Let's check out some of these Arcosphere haulers. So this says 24. 14. $11. Okay. I probably should send this one back. Because 24 is a lot of Arcospheres. Well, this is good except for the fact I don't have any chemical gel. I can't wait to, like, have a crap ton of chemical gel where I go next time. That is gonna be the one thing I'm gonna really, like, make a ton of, by the way. Because it's really sad how much it wants you to make, I would think. My god, that is a ton of inversion that it's doing. Yeah, it's completely out of whack. That's actually been the whole problem, is this right here. Honestly, might even just make another one. It's literally this one recipe requires like 10 of them, so... I wasn't sure if I'd need this much of it, but yeah, apparently we do. It's actually why my science is going so slower now. It's just the inversion is too slow. Because you look at the totals, it's like 166 versus 79. That's insane, and that's including the fact that it's actually adding blue 20 to it. So it's actually more like there's 165 of the ones that it has, and like 60 or sorry 50 of the one it needs, or like in the other direction, yeah. So I'm like, I look at this, I'm like, oh, I have to change this. I wonder if there's an update. I'm gonna go actually check it out in the development log. Let's see. SV version 6 is basically open testing or soft launch. Take a look. Will you? Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna restart eventually on it. Let's see. Did they do anything else with this, or was there like a little bug that I found? I'm trying to remember. What was the bug I found? I think I found a bug, right? Did I find one? I don't remember. I was gonna report something. I'll look back in the VOD later and see what it is. Okay, it's now actually starting to keep up now, and if I had to look over here, it's probably gonna be actually moving a lot better now. Okay, maybe it's not. I don't even know. But most of that is the pie stuff, though, guaranteed. Or not pie, Xi. That's the one. Were you gonna report iron smelting? But it was bad modules. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. So it was a user problem. It was a problem between the keyboard and the monitor. That's what the issue was. But it was more because the factory planner mod didn't actually use prefer to use productivities, but it's probably just misconfigured. I'm gonna guess. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that, by the way. You thanks for reminding me, by the way. Well, we don't got much else to do. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we kind of haven't done that we maybe want to explore or go do. I mean, I could start designing the ship, actually, so maybe we'll do that, actually, now. Pecac or picnic? What are you talking about? Alright, we're gonna need a mega ship of mega proportions. I'm just gonna start with this because I'm lazy. Error idiot? Ah, I see. Oh, yeah, problem in chair nodding computer. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a very apt description of it. Alright, we'll start with this and we'll see if this is enough. I think that's enough engines for it. Yes, we could probably have it better on hull integrity if we just do this one. Actually, that one was fine. Oops, that one's fine. Alright, antimatter. Okay, so this will basically require... I don't even know how much power. Debating what to target for power. I think it was like, yeah, 6 gigawatts of power. I think is what it was said. So we'll just take that. So if I just do something like this, let's see what the hull stress is. Oh shit, that's a lot. I may have to make it a little bit smaller than this. Remember, 2,000 is going to be, well, maybe... Yeah, we need like 3,000 then. D Space Science Spec 3s, because the next one is Tier 4, yeah. Maybe we'll try and just remove 2 and see how it goes. Oh my god, the 0.6 changes? Yeah, we were talking about them earlier. Oh, we don't need this anymore. We were talking about them earlier, and that was a heavy bit of debate that we had. Let me see here. Because the main debate was like, I'm like, what do I do with my run? That was essentially what it was. So I'm trying to finish the game right now, and then can maybe start that even starting tomorrow. Because it looks really good. It's some good stuff that they changed up, so pretty happy with it. I hope there's gonna be enough engines for it. It may not actually be enough, but I think if I need more than this, then we have a serious problem. To be honest, Tier 4 isn't that bad. I was just hoping to cheese it right into the thing for it, so... Okay. Now, this is not including the fact that, empty tiles. Yeah, it's still counting empty tiles and stuff. Well, actually, you know, I just realized. This also counts towards it as well, I just realized. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Okay. That's crazy. Wait, so does it add hull stress or... Container. Oh, no, it's container integrity. Never mind. It's... Well, actually, I could put it back the way it was. Because container stress is different. Fuck. I didn't even realize that. That's different. We actually have a lot more we can put down, actually, for this.
Container stress is nothing to us. We don't care about that. Okay, we can put down a lot more engines then. Actually, let's just remove this for a second. I was like thinking about something like, damn it, maybe I'm gonna need like a ton of researches, but I actually don't. We actually might want more than this. I was, yeah, it was a slight mistake on my behalf. Why does it allow that? Oh, that's weird. So why does it, like, have a hole there? Guess we'll see it in a minute here. As soon as it places this all down. Oh, because I did that, that's why. Okay, I remember this now. Container stress. Oh, I don't have any antimatter engines? No, I have tons of these. Why do I not placing them? I don't even know. I don't know, what do you guys think about this? Is this enough, is this enough for it too? It's gonna be a very thick ship, let me tell you that. This is probably enough engines for it, but yeah. We'll close it off and then we'll see how much it exactly brings to the table. Console. You know, the funny part is we may not even need a. You know what? I think I have a little bit too wide, a little bit too much to, because empty tiles is removing 200. This actually might just be good enough. Well, no, I think I want to add more to the top here. I'm just thinking about it. Okay, antimatter reactors, first off. Antimatter reactors. They output 400 megawatts. So we actually need... the neighbor bonus is 100%. Oh. This is 25. What's the ratio then? I always forget how to calculate that. It's like... I think it makes it twice as good, right? So you're saying for antimatter, it would basically be like you do 800 and then you say 100%, so it's like doubled? Is that what it is? So that would be 1.6 gigawatts, but you need more than that. So let's do some quick maths. So you'd say, let's say we did 4 times
400. So that's 1600, and you go times. Like, is it like double that? Is that how that works? I forget. Because antimatter, though. I always forget what neighbor bonus means. I'm gonna look it up. What neighbor bonus means. Neighbor bonus. Receive a bonus for operating reactors. Which increases their effective thermal output by 100% for each link. For example, 2 reactors right next to each other will operate for a total of 160 megawatts of thermal energy, with each reactor producing 40 megawatts base. Oh, I see. So it would be 40-40. This is like the vanilla, right? So 40-40 becomes 80, and then 100% becomes 160 megawatts. If this was vanilla. Yeah, so that's what it does. It's just a 100% increase. That's what it does. But this is per link. So the best thing would be to do a square, because that's actually that's like quadrupled or whatever. Because each link is 100%. Oh yeah, that's when the math gets kind of weird. So it's like, because you're actually only connected to two other ones. So it'd be like, I always forget how that works. But yeah, it's using the game's vanilla math for this thing, so it'd be like, so you have 400 megawatts to work with, times, whoops, I don't know why my calculator did that. Whatever, I'm just gonna open another one. Went to some kind of weird mode. Let's see, so it'd be like 400 megawatts times 4, 1600. But each one would basically have a increase of 200%, I think, right? So it'd be 3600, I think. I'm actually not sure. This is a weird one. It's always so weird. The ratios are so much easier with Factorio, but this one's a bit stranger. Let me see. Because it's a modded run, I'm like, I'm not sure what the bonus is at all. Let's see. There's a lot of ways you could do that, actually. I think just 4 reactors will do it. Yeah, I think 4 reactors is fine. Okay. Power, yeah. I think it's... You can never tell. I'm just still debating it. What's my current hull integrity for this guy? Yeah, it's still good. I'm probably gonna need more. I may need more space in this, though. That's the only thing. I'm just trying to think here. Okay, I'm gonna remove one additional link on the sides here. Did you build the Nexus yet? No, it's researching in the corner there, as you can see. I'm just trying to get the ship going, and then I'll place the Nexus at the end. I'm just, I actually don't know what the ratios are for nuclear, next the power requirements basically. I still don't really know. Because I think it makes my guess is if I had to guess, it would be like because it's the neighbor bonuses that are really weird, right? Oh, it'll actually tell you. It'll tell you once you put it down. So let's just put them down and we'll see what it does. What's the integrity check here? Okay, that's a bit better. Because I think I'm going to build up a bit more with it as well. I can always, like, make something sticky on the side for it. Almada has not been helpful for your power calcs, especially with the neighbor bonus. Honestly, Factory Planner doesn't even do that, so... These don't tell you what it makes. I guess I gotta put antimatter into them. We'll just do that, might as well. It's not gonna cost that much antimatter. Ooh. A little bit worried there. Where are these being used in? Is the ship back or no? No, it's not. Where is it using? Oh, it uses it for friggin' this kind of stuff. You know what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna stop this guy from doing whatever it's doing. Oh, there you go. Output. Okay, wait, we don't even have to keep this going. So, wait. They're each 1.2 gigawatts. Okay, alright, that helps a lot. So, all I had to do is put 1 in and it gave me the number. So, 1,200 times 4. So that's 4.8 gigawatts. It's a ton of Arco satellites, yeah. I had a plan in mind for that, so... I mean, my plan was to essentially have, like, a ton of them. Why is that a 20-minute timer? I think when I made it start going, it was incorrect. I'm just gonna send it back to Fornetsa. I mean, it also could be the numbers on it. Yeah, this is much better. This is what I expect to see. Yeah, okay. We'll just leave that be. Okay, I think 400, 400, so that's 5 gigawatts of power. Someone said 6. I'm gonna try 4 gigawatts. Does this even tell you how much power it consumes or no? It doesn't really tell you, does it? 1 second. I'm gonna just load it up and I'm gonna just place it down somewhere. I'm gonna just do sandbox for a second. Just so I know I'm building the right thing. Because the tech is still a little bit far away, so it's like, if I spend all this time doing this, it's like, I might as well make sure I'm doing it right, you know? Ah, it's a big-ass ship, though. Doesn't really tell me anything, actually. I guess that's based upon its proportional to... Energy use is proportional to speed. Okay, I guess I'll have no idea until I actually do it, so... Because right now it doesn't consume anything. All right, well that answers that question. I have to try it out. I have to try out and make a design, see if it works. And if it doesn't, then obviously I have to go back to the drawing board. So we'll have a look. All right, well, we answered that question. I'll be back in a minute here, fellas. All right. I just remembered I didn't really have lunch, so I figured at 6 o'clock was a good time to start eating lunch. And basically, I got so engrossed in this stuff that I was like, oh. It's literally what happened. Hey, Superior Spork. I'm a bit late. Well, I'll fill you on what you missed. We're rushing the spaceship victory because point 6 comes out like tomorrow or day after or something, and I want to play it. So I've determined I can't really upgrade my run. You can see the beginning of the VOD if you're really interested in the specifics, but no. Pretty amusing. More Factorio forever, yeah. So essentially right now that's what we're doing. So we're, you see, Nexus is researching with my crappy temporary research. So I literally just shoved it down here. Are you building the warp drive? Kind of, yeah. It's one of several ways you can win the game. Let's see here. Not gonna lie, I want to see the Stargate ending. Oh. That will take exponentially longer to do. I mean, technically I have all the stuff to do the first part of the Stargate ending, but it's a little bit more complex than that. If that was all it needed, it would be a whole lot easier to deal with. So, how much is this? This is, yeah. Let me just load up my notepad and start writing numbers down. Divided by, what is this? 560. We need probably 8 turbines. May have to also give this a bit more space in the bottom and the other side. Actually might go the other way then. Yeah, because this enables me to do it down there. Oh my god, it fits, but I would need an extra tile on this side. Oh wait. I need 8 in total. There's a lot more than that. I mean, yeah, we can just do it like that, that's fine. Where's these things? So I'll do something like,
Oh yeah. Uh, let's see here. Oh, is it not contained? No, it's not. You know, I wouldn't have to have it strictly in the middle. I'd probably do the same thing where it's kind of like feeding off of the edge, kind of thing. So we're looking for about, this is 4 gigawatts, and this is a 4.8 array. So I'm like thinking of moving this all a little bit to the side, but there's like a ton of space in some of these areas. Like if we do another one, I think that would be pretty good. The main thing I want to do is I want to make sure that there's shield emitters. Yeah, it'd be like something like this. So I actually may end up moving the entire setup a little bit more to the side and just throwing down the console over there. Just do something like that. Yeah. That gives it some steam to kind of like work with, you know? Okay, it's not moving for some reason. Let's have a look here. No, no. Might go try and reset some of that. Is there, 149. Is there, Arcaspheres in here? No. That makes 2 of us. I'm close. You're close to the Stargate ending? Absolute mad lad. Oops. It's the inversion is constantly going. But that is what it needs. So I said, like, resetting this is not the worst idea. What? Dude, there's so many of these lambdas and things like that. Oh my god, what happened to this one? Dude, why does this one have so many? Dude, it actually is balanced right now. There's something else wrong. I think we don't have an Aquium. Or something. What happened? Alright, maybe this is not high enough. Oh, no, these ones are fine. Wait, these aren't the problem. Sorry, stop doing that, whatever you were doing. These ones are missing pi. We have 26 pi. What are they stuck in? Would active chests work better than passive providers? They probably would. Quite honestly, I was kind of like, oh yeah, I can go sit there. I'm okay with that. But I guess I'm not okay with that now, because I think that actually did cause a problem. Because I figured it would just use it up or something, but yeah. Alright, these ones are now problem 2. Yeah, it's actually delivering what it needs. I could actually raise it to 10, by the way. To keep it flowing. It's not a bad idea, actually. I should have had one chest shared between 4 of them or something, but then again, I guess who really cares, right? See, why did this one put so many in here? I don't know. They should have never delivered that many. Oh, no, that was the time I actually set it to 5 by accident, that's why. Okay, now it should be going a little bit better. Yeah, they're gone now. Okay, cool. We're good now. It's back to normal. Ish. It wasn't the fastest thing, but like I said, we were kind of cheesing it, so... It's kind of the intent. Yeah, let's go back to making our Nexus ship. Alright, so now that we kind of have that down here, I might go try and figure out... I mean, we could just have it kind of go up this way. My inclination is to try and... yeah, do something like that. What was this? Why did it bring me over here? I think I clicked something. Oh, I clicked this. I was trying to play something. I'm like, what happened? I don't even know. Oh, that's kind of funny.
All right. This is 5 gigawatts at peak. It gives a bit of steam to it as well. Alright, so, turbines. Condenser turbines. Alright, so this gives out 102 fluid times 510. This consumes 66. I need 8 turbines. That's all it needs. That's it. Might move it a little bit more in the center. Actually, you know what? Yeah, something like that. That'll do. Oops. I don't know if this is gonna be enough. It may not be. Okay, well, we can't place a Nexus down because I was kind of worried. I was kind of curious about how much it would be for that. I'm gonna change the music. How much does she cooch? That's a good question. One I do not have the answers to. Oh, I thought you were using a max rate calculator earlier. Oh, no, the max rate calculator is really wrong actually in this case. Did I do this correct? I did not. What, dude, what is it with all these vocals? Aggressive synthwave, sure, let's do that. Aggressive sounds good. I feel like we need some hype music.
I did like 3 here, actually. Let's see. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Did I do something wrong here? I did. Yeah. We're close, though. We're extremely close. If I can shrink it a little bit, and I need to add more streamline. Yeah, no. 2K for the Nexus is under container stress. That's a container stress thing. Yeah. What mod shows these overlays for what? What overlays are you referring to? Lost your mind solving the secret ending. In that case, it's basically meaningless. That's what I said. Look. It says here, applies 2,000 container stress, so that's a... Your mouse over? Which one? For what? Saying weights and stuff? I'm not sure, actually, what you're referring to. Sorry. On spaceship weights. What, here? Oh, this stuff? That's not a mod. That's just default. That's default. That's a part of the same question. That's a part of the... I didn't do anything for this. This just came with the mod set. You just hover on it and it does that. Oh yeah. As far as I know, this has always been here. So, from my perspective, of course. It was like a month ago? Yeah, I guess I wasn't in space yet. So, if it was a month ago, yeah, I may not have actually been in the place I would actually use it. Remember, I took a long time to get spaceships, so... Another advantage to playing on such a high research multiplier. You never make any progress, so everything becomes changed and new. Such as an entirely new patch that changes everything. Let's see how this is. We still need more streamline, but the hull stress is actually starting to now mimic something closer to what I want it to be. I am actually going to Oh man, this is rough actually because I actually want to give this. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna give it a lot more space in this. One, two. I'm guessing though the container stress is there to basically discourage you from doing something you're not supposed to, you know. That was May 31st. Seriously? Maybe. Honestly, I don't remember when I unlocked all this stuff. So I don't know. Maybe I had it a little bit before that. I couldn't tell you the answer to that. Oh, dang it. I now kind of wish I could have two here. I may actually make that adjustment. I just want to see what the hull stress says. I just have to move it up a little bit. I really like hull stress, so... Or sorry, not hull stress, whatever it is. Yeah, this is good. Technically, I could have 3,000 to work with, but, you know, if you can make it work without that, isn't that better? They'll place stone walls to free up more integrity. Can you actually? My integrity. Dang it. There we go. Oh yeah, you're totally right. You can do that. That's kind of weird. It's funny. Numbers change oddly, so I don't know exactly walls versus floors affect anything. Well, apparently empty tiles, though, reduces it even more, I think, so, you know. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, that's fine. Minimum 3,000 minimum size for Nexus, but I believe until 0.6. But if it works, it works. I don't know if it's the minimum size, but we'll see, I guess, won't we? Because I actually have enough, I have enough to work with here. Technically speaking, I have even more water, actually, I could technically have. Because it's just 2,000, right? I'm only at 467. Yeah, and I even removed some just now. So, I have all the chests and everything I need. There's a lot of other things I could have done to, like, optimize it a bit more, but yeah, we're pretty much good to go. Just gonna wait for that, research to finish here. Alright, well, let's get some antimatter and stuff into here now. Well, we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna give him a couple of antimatter things just to warm up the reactors. All right. It really doesn't need a red output, but that's okay. Let's do a clamp somewhere. I need some water. Nice, somewhere here. Alright, I'll probably just feed it whatever it wants for water. I guess let's go double check what our things are doing. I mean, they're coming along. These ones are now slower. Yeah, now it's just space folding data, I think. This is... yeah. The one that had a lot of it now has none of it, so... Oh, we don't have Tesseracts anymore. What happened? Oh. That was fast. Didn't expect it to go that fast, actually. I'm just gonna ask for the Naku and Tesseracts back up here. So... because we don't need them down here, so that's 200 that I could be having down here. Let's see. Oh boy. I keep going like, if I could do it all again, and I will be doing it all again. That's pretty much how it goes. Alright, let's see, Tesseracts. Okay, I'm gonna go check up on that one, just make sure it's doing the right thing. There's no Zai. Okay, I might go toss it in and out. Let's see. 149. I'm gonna have another ship come back. Alright, let's go have a look at some of these. Which I probably shouldn't have brought it there. This has right now 19 Arcospheres. Bring them back. $26 of these. This will be enough to get me through the end, because I'm just trying to finish up Nexus research, so... just trying to wait for the Arcosphere thing to come back out. My god, it's the animation that takes the longest here. It didn't even drop anything. This only has 4, I'm not going to bother with that one. This one has 9, not going to bother with that one. If it's single digits, I'm going to just let it keep doing its thing. 12. Okay, I may be breaking my rule, but I'm going to leave that one too. 14. Yeah, you know, I'll let this one come back too. Maybe I will do the other one as well. Oops, actually don't do that. I'm just trying to bring back as many Arcospheres as I can to speed up the production. I spread them out a little bit, but I'm not exactly sure. If I look at here, I guess each one has a different probability with it. Because it's supposed to, like, other places are supposed to give you a little bit more, but maybe it does, like, differ like that a little bit, you know? 154. That's fine. Because I'm, like, thinking to myself, I'm like, let's look at the numbers again, because I'm kind of curious about that. So, for example, 200 out of... So, 210 out of 118. This has 2387 collector's launch. But this one launched, like, 3 times as many, but only got, like, 10 more. Dark Assemblage was, like, well, no, that's in total, sorry. That's a total. 38 versus... It looks like it is roughly the normalized. That's what it is. You always get the most when you start. Also, Sands of Time. Oh, I think I just started that one, that's why. So that's what I kind of thought it would be. So my intention was always to launch about, like, in every single asteroid belt I found, I would launch 360 collectors. And so basically I'd roughly have a return of about just under 40 for it. That was the intent. Okay, I'm not sure where the machines are, but I might have to priority them, actually. Actually, I don't want to priority them. I just have to take some of these out, because, unfortunately... It just has them all over the place right now. This is what I was worried about with this many, by the way, because I'm like, oh, it'll basically stall. And guess what it did? It did exactly that, because I don't have enough. So, the Tesseracts are kind of starved at the moment, so... Not 15, 5. Okay. That should do it. Where is this? Okay, finally they have the Xi. So... Let's see, how imbalanced is it right now? 140 to 109, so that's not the issue. This one's not even an issue either. It's not as imbalanced as I would think it was, but yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't have any omegas. It's like, it's strictly down the middle. It's really weird. Yeah, so this one's always asking for now Lambda and Theta. But it seems to keep, it makes it and then brings it over here. I don't know why. Is it actually move? Oh, it actually is moving again. Never mind. Yeah, at this point we're just waiting for the Nexus, so... do we have more in the ship? We do, so let's go launch that one. It's less Tesseracts I have to basically throw down here. But now it's basically back down to Deep Space Catalog, so... You know, that's what the problem is again. We don't have any in that. Just trying to make sure I don't have any buildings that are consuming them unnecessarily. Oh. Oh, nice. Nice job, Cladius. You had one job. Like, advising more rocket safety. Dude, I did, like, a ton of it. Yeah, at this point, like, our victory ship is kind of finished, so I'm just, like, going through the routine here. Okay, we can just flip that so we don't make any more of that. I'm not gonna bother. They're at the proper operating temperature right now. Also, did I connect that? I think I did, right? Yeah, I did. Like, just looking at this stuff, I'm like wondering if it's like wrong, but it isn't wrong. It's perfectly right. So. We could put another one actually right here, but I can't do one here though. Well, actually, I can fit one if I just believe in myself. I'm gonna try and make that work actually. Wait, the Arcospheres aren't coming. Okay, that's right. 151. This is currently at Fornezzo. Go to Caladius. This is 150. Oh, sorry, wait. Yeah, 150. Why is that not in the right order? I will never know. And 155. This would be 154. Okay. Okay, they're all on their way. Let's see. So I'm sure I can shove another one in here somewhere. I mean, I could just do like this. I mean, this may not work because I need to fit the nexus here. Actually, no, I think it'll work fine. Just like the more shields you can have, the better, you know? I still don't know what's unstable when it moves. It's probably something in here somewhere. Well, I guess I'll find out later, won't I? I don't know why. I don't feel like this is necessarily correct, but we're... Oh, wait, the container stress is too high now. What's the problem now? Yeah, because we need to reduce that just slightly. I can probably remove some of this, actually. Is there anything else I can remove instead of that? Because the buffer chest I can't. I like the steam buffers, though. But to be honest, I don't really need them. I could get rid of them. Or one of them. Oh, when it actually got stuff in there, it added to the... Okay, yeah, never mind. Apparently, they did something really creative, and that was... apparently when it has steam in it, because I'm pretty sure I looked at it before and it was fine. But when it has steam in it, it actually adds significantly to the buffer. That's weird. Why does water not count then? Because it counts as double. Just because it has steam, by the way. Water doesn't matter. So, who knows? But that definitely fixed it. That's weird. Feels crazy how you started with hand-fed furnace. This is now a warp drive ship. It feels rewarding, though. That's what I'll say. It feels nice, you know? There was a lot of effort and a lot of hours. Dude, we're gonna actually beat the game before the 400-hour mark. It feels good, you know? But it actually, like, I have to say that the game's progression was amazing. It actually had a really good progression mechanism, so... What I'll likely do, by the way, is I will throw my blueprint book into not game blueprints, my blueprints. Because... I will use these again at some other point. I don't know if I should put the this blueprint book in there, but I might as well. Some of them don't apply, but at least I'll get a refresher on what I did with that. Is there any other blueprint books that were useful? Not really. I'm just prematurely putting that in now, just because, you know, it'll be useful later, so. But, like, let me tell you, I'm gonna greatly reduce a lot of that stuff. Gamba on whether he beats it for 400 hours? Okay, here we go. We're talking about spaceship victory, though, so you think it'll take me 10 hours? Fine. I will do that. Where's that thing? We got nothing else to do while we wait for this. To be honest, I don't know what the ending is like, so it might actually take that much more time. I don't know. Who knows? You don't even have victory research? Okay, all right. We'll do gambling. I feel like some people are gonna know this one, and some people are not. Manage prediction. Start prediction. Oh, there we go. Alright, you're gonna have 10 minutes to do it. I know. We'll just do 5 minutes. There you go. If you're the doubter, you know, you could be the doubter. I'm just not entirely sure how it works. Oh, there you go. Someone's saying yes. I'm curious about the difference between intergalactic victory and the victory ship victory. Something is different. Is something different when one is done before the other? I don't think it is. Even when you win with the Factorio condition, it doesn't end the game. So. Super ambiguous because asking a question would spoil the surprise. In this case, it's different. Yeah, they're just giving all the Arcospheres away. We'll see. Maybe not. Whether only the first victory can seize the camera and the other couldn't because it already happened. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure. But we'll see. I don't know, if it is what I think it is, I think it won't take me that long. Because I just have to finish this Nexus and that's it. The rest of it's fine. I'm gonna do this one. Do that one at the end. True, the interesting point was mentioned spoiler-free. Alright. I mean, I don't really care about spoilers, but... it never bothered me. Kind of close to everything. Did I actually get the bots to do this? I guess not, huh? There you go. Now the logistic bots come. My God, this takes a while. I think 400 hours is going to lose just based upon the how long this one research is taking. And I'm not just saying that just so someone votes gets bait into voting no. You could do. You could vote no and then slow me down as much as possible with voting for me to put things on novice, you know? Just saying, technically it's 9 hours. A lot of stuff you could put on novice. You could sabotage from the chat, you know? And again, it's the pi. Every vote doubles the science multiplier. Make Cameron watch more content just because he had to do novice shit. Make him watch more of it. Hey, he said he was enjoying it. He said he was having a good time, you know? So who are we to say? Who are we to judge Kendron for his life choices? Okay, I don't really care about this one. That's it? That's the last one? Ooh. 155. No, that's not ready. So another false positive. It always does that. I have no idea what K2 victory is. It's easy to get comparatively. Well, that's why I said, that's why I was very specific with the spaceship victory. So... Dude, what is it still doing? What the fuck is it still, like, doing? It just doesn't have this D-Space catalog. What can you do? What does it need? Xi. I'm gonna guess it's in the fucking machine somewhere over here. They just distribute itself unequally or something. Yeah, it just put like a shit ton of things inside of this. And I'm upset because of it. Like, how does it not have any Xi machines? Yeah, it doesn't. It never has any. Why is the Xi the one I never have? Every other one I have, every single time. Also, what the hell is that? Oh, these are not active. Holy shit, what is this? Alright, we may have realized a severe problem that we have. Okay, well this is the entire issue. They're all here. Do they not count as being in the network or something? What on earth is going on? Yeah, I have a ton of theta and I have a ton of zeta. Okay, I'm gonna up this again to 5 for these. I was wondering where they all were. I'm like, I don't see them in any machines. And I'm like, oh. Because they're stuck in, like... Apparently passive providers are bad. Go figure. These ones I actually should not do that one with, actually. I just realized this. Because this actually makes the Xi. What else do you get Xi from? No, it's crafting it. You get it from Lambda Omega, or you get it from Pi Gamma. So yeah, every mistake he fixes gets him closer to victory. It's true. I mean, these aren't even like, I don't know. I still wouldn't consider that to be a huge mistake or huge error on my half. Oh, this is also speed. This has clearly been the problem. I don't even know when I did that, actually. Does this also need more Xi? No, this uses up Xi, so... yeah. Okay, it's going a lot going a little bit faster. I'm not gonna say a lot faster, because it's really not. It's still folding space data. It's still this stuff. I'm gonna put a buffers thing on it just so it goes faster, because every other one doesn't really seem to have a huge issue, although that may not actually be the case. Never mind. It's the weirdest thing, though. So you have yeah, there's the epsilon sphere. Yeah, it's like flickering too. Like there's a ton of zetas in here. But they're really close right now. So what exactly is it? The thing that's... what makes the... it's this one, I guess? I'm just trying to see if there's some kind of wiring condition I screwed up, but it doesn't look like I did. Because it's just not a lot of gamma, I guess? Gamma? I have tons of... what? I have like 39 gamma arcospheres. This is where, like, having so many individual chests and logistic bots did not help the situation here. I should have done, like, one chest full of whatever it needed, but I'll know that for next time. Because I could do like I could do a folding one and a not folding one, kind of a thing. There's a lot of different ways of doing this. But it literally was just like a very random throughput issue. Okay, they're starting to move a lot more now. Yeah, zeta. Still a lot of pi, still a lot of theta, still a lot of omega. I guess, like, by putting up to 5, it definitely did help it, but yeah. I don't really want to have them all as 10, because then you're going to have, like a bunch of them sitting in here. I just did for this one. Just trying to debate if there's anything else I should do with it, but I don't really think there is. It's just extremely random how much it has. I'm still debating on... yeah. I'm just thinking of the ways I would improve it for next time, but yeah. Okay, I think it's done. It basically upgraded everything. Oh no, never mind. It didn't. It's still complaining. It's just in a happy little equilibrium. It's not even that happy. So the ones I still need are whatever this one is. So this needs a lot more epsilon. Pi, and it makes gamma as well. The one that makes epsilon, zeta, and lambda. I have like 15 lambda. Well, it's not asking for it because I guess it would make more zeta, which I don't need. So what's the other one? It's like something else. The other one that makes epsilon. No, it uses epsilon. This one as well. Pi and zeta. Is zeta a proportion of both of these? No, it's theta, never mind. Pi and zeta. I have a ton of these, so why is it not getting any? Well, I guess I might as well increase the count of this one too. Just doing something with it, it shouldn't be, so. Also, it doesn't help that I had to basically remake the test racks, so that also doesn't necessarily make everything better. Because that one's a heck of a lot closer, I think, too. So it uses like Xi and something else, I believe, so. Yeah, Zeta is right there, but yeah, Xi and Zeta and some other crap, so. Man, I tried my best to like give it a whole bunch. Wait, what? Hold up, how many do you need for this recipe? 4 arcospheres? Are you kidding me? Ugh. Well, I guess that makes sense. It's a 1-to-1, right? So, for some reason I thought it would split up into more, but I'm very wrong. 70%. I even put all the prods I could into these things. What's the next research require? 12k. So that one's gonna be a heck of a lot easier, to some degree. Well, I don't know what to do with these ships now, by the way, because I don't think I can really get them to do much else. I'll just pick a random one. Shattered Skies. Go ahead. Interstellar Grotto. Melana Chona. That's another one. 154. Let's do Star Corps, sure. How much do we have now on the ship? We have 14 ready to go. Alright, this one I will probably bring back now. This is so close. Oops, oh, don't do that. No, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever, fuck it. Who cares? It should have launched it, but I guess it didn't. Or maybe it did, I don't know. I was impatient, what can I tell you? Interstellar Grotto. This one has 6, so I'm not going to bother with that one. 11 on this one. Yeah, we'll keep that one going. Yeah, or else these are whatever. Ugh. See, I'm just... The thing I'm curious about is... If I had done something where I had it from one buffer chest or something, and then I had requesters request from buffer, I think that would stall it, because if it would effectively, like, split it between all of them, so it would always prefer to, instead of folding it, to keep the average, it would essentially prefer to use it in the machines, so I'm pretty sure that wasn't a good idea. I still think that my idea here was still the best one. Still fucking Xi. Still Xi data. Which one is it now? Wait, I feel like there's a one missing for Xi data. Oh no, this one's fine. Yeah, okay, there you go, it's going. But it's so, like, the equilibrium is so close. It's so weird. Yeah, well. Definitely it's something worth researching for a later point, so... It's still just complaining about that. I think it's also the sheer amount of machines that it's asking for, too. I should probably start limiting it again. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. So these should, like, not be doing anything anymore. So now they're not. But unfortunately, it brings it into the system, but if I go down to 1, it should be okay. But if I do this, then at some point, it will eventually go like, hey... But I think I'm near enough to the end. Maybe I should make it like 3 instead, actually. Because apparently this is a common one that it keeps finding and it can always get. But Xi is not. Neither is Zeta, apparently. But Zeta I saw in some of the other machines up there, so... Maybe I should disconnect some of those machines again. Let's have a look at these. Yeah, it's got like 100 again, so it should be okay. We're almost there. So when it gets a ton into here, it becomes a huge problem. Now it's delivering a bunch too, but this is a good one because this is the one that gives me Xi, which I want the Xi. You know what the other weird thing is? When they're in machines, they don't count towards the network, right? So I can't. Yeah, it's like you can't do an accurate count because if it has a certain one in there, it doesn't keep the equilibrium appropriately. Ironically, again, if I did it again, I would actually probably throw on some speed 9s into these. Like, speed 9s would actually do so much better with a lot of this stuff. Because, like, if they're waiting... If they're in a box, I believe they count. Let me try something on something really low. Okay, so we have, let's say, a submachine gun, right? So I'm going to ask for a submachine gun. Because it just has one there, right? Yeah, so it doesn't count as in the network when it's in transit. Just like... Because this is like a fine-tuning of this thing. And once it gets into the machine... Yeah, so if it's waiting in a box, or if it's in a machine, it doesn't count in the network, which is really annoying. because that's why I'm having equilibrium problems, because they're dumbly waiting in machines like that, or they're in a box because I asked for too many in a box like that. So it doesn't, even though there's 8 that it could have, they're just waiting because it's stupid. So I really should have done something like that. It had like a one box that it shares between all of them or something. I don't even know. It's more volatile than I thought it would be. It's just the way the rules are with logistic networks. And if you had enough of them, it would be less problematic, but you know. But that's the problem, is I don't have less of them, so. And it can stack in the machines like way too much too, so. So yeah, it's me asking for too much of it inaccurately counts it. I can't even tell you what the best way of solving that is right now. It's something I'm gonna definitely think about for the next time I do a lot of this stuff, so. $50. Alright, next one is 151. I remember there was a guy in here before that was going like, I accidentally destroyed a lot of my things. Because he had it going into a ship through an inserter. And it just kind of screwed up everything. And I'm like, that really sucks. Because it actually can get destroyed if it's like gets crushed by a ship or something, apparently. So, apparently it's not all as it would appear to be. Let's do, yeah. $149. What? Oh, it's at Fornetza. Back. What's that one? 149? I think this is one I was going to bring back to Caladius. Yes. Quite honestly, memory circuits may actually be the way to go. Like, remembering what's in the machine and what it still needs is, like, super important, actually, to be honest. But then again, like, sometimes you just want it to use it as fast as possible. I'm thinking about, like, ways you could do that. Like maybe only activate the requester when both are in the network, and so that it calls for one set. Would be the best thing to do, maybe? I don't know. Because they both exist, then call for it, you know? But we're at 80 now, so... What do you make the Nexus in? What do we need for it? That's any kind of machine. Alright, that's not gonna be hard to do. We're almost there. I'll put it over here. That's one of those interesting learning things, because this is now just, it's trying to actually use what it's supposed to now, so, which is nice. It was just a hell of a lot faster before when I wasn't having to do a bunch of other crap. So. Yeah, getting a couple more arcospheres would be definitely on the nice side of things. Look at all this pi. How much pi does it consider in the network? 63. What a fat network. But here's my question: why is it doing inversion into pi? Where's the pi removal? Where's the pi get used? Gamma? Okay. There it is. So this one doesn't count, though. So how does it have, like, fucking 50 pi? Like, that should seriously be offsetting whatever it is. Yeah, theta and pi. Why is it not asking... Wait a minute here. Oh, no. Zeta and pi. Yeah. Epsilon and gamma. Well, actually, there's a lot of epsilon as well. It's just these four pieces of crap up here that are doing it all right now. Pi is only just one symptom of it, so. I mean, it's still moving. It's just really annoying. Epsilon theta. Just, I'm trying to see which ones are the ones that are really, really awkward. Yeah, this one right here. What's this one at? Epsilon omega. Epsilon and omega. This one is supposed to request far more than that. I guess... Dude, what are they doing? I don't understand. I guess it needed some buffer chests or something? Maybe that's what I needed? No, if I do buffer chest, then it won't even do it properly. You know what it's doing, actually? It's, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a storage chest for each kind of, arcosphere. I think that's a problem. It's the travel time. That's what the problem has been. I feel like I missed one somewhere. Lambda, pi, theta, zeta, epsilon. I missed one. Missed theta. Color trails for trains makes up for them not being push trains, I guess. Why do you think I should have push trains? What makes you think I should have them? Why are you putting them there? I don't understand why they're coming to this machine. Whatever, just delete it then. Because I guess it thought it was there before. Yeah, by the way, that's totally been the problem. It's been space warping data. Whatever. Note to future self. Make fucking storage warehouses with the proper thing so they don't go halfway across the base to be dumb. Every time I talk about push trains, a tiny bit of your your sanity drifts away. You know I did that in I assume you're talking about that because I did that once. You know that, right? I did push trains. I did them in my YouTube run that I had. Oh my god, why are these things so... Okay, so here's what happened. They decided at some point to make whatever it was down here, and I'm really annoyed by it. Because of the fact that they use this as fucking place, it has caused so much issues with this system, by the way. I might actually buffer every single one to make sure it's in the area and out of storage. I like having your stream on the background, but when I can't, so I don't have to see your pole trains. But they look like normal trains. I'm trying to see if there's one that's going to be carrying around a thing around here. Let's see. Wait, is that Arcospheres? Yes, they are. Okay. Okay, I may actually just like tell it to bring it all over here, because that's the reason it's taking so long. By the way, guaranteed. Because they're so far away. Oh my god, I'm so fucking pissed now. This has some friggin' things. Still delivering like 20 of them. Oh my god, that's what fucking did it. Ah. Okay. That's... If you ever do Arcospheres, put storage right around them, especially if you're using logistic bots, because they're stupid as hell. Because they keep trying to use the same ones, despite the fact I told them not to do that. Okay, and just in case, what we're going to also do is we're going to add another... Actually, you know what? No, there's no way I should ever have more than that. Alright, a little bit upset with myself, but that's okay. I was wondering why they were in there, because they're just stuck in transit constantly. But yeah. It's solved now, that's all that matters. I'm just having a quick dig at these ones and... Okay, I think we solved it, because I don't see any more in these crappy containers now. And as long as that's all of them, that's fine. No, there's more here. Oh, there's more of them. I see 54 in that container. This one thing is what's been ruining this entire elaborate setup that I have that works perfectly fine otherwise.
I feel like I've learned a lot from this run, though. All right. There we go. Look at it. Beautiful. That's what we want to see. Holy shit. Now it's all there. Yes, because it can store 500 of each one. Holy crap, because it can never maintain equilibrium because they're always moving. That's so bad. Of me, by the way. It's not the game, it's me. Is your science actually running, or is it just that expensive? It's actually that expensive. I hacked together... I mean, this is a 20k one, and, like, I just hacked together stuff with the Arcospheres. Arcospheres is a major limiting factor in this science, right? Because it's just pure Arcospheres. Everything about it is just Arcospheres. So I have a fixed amount of them. That's the problem, and I didn't quite get to the point where I could scale them up, and I'm just trying to rush out the Space Victory stuff, right? So... that's been the entire problem. And now when we look at this, it's like it's actually just moving, and I'm very happy about that. And also I just realized that this is not... well, that was fine to begin with, actually. Never mind, but whatever. But like, now they're going all the time, which is what they should have been doing. Holy shit. Okay, we've solved the problem. So we have to just have another quick peek to see if any of the bots are bringing something in that they're not supposed to. Why is space warping data always here? I think I deleted it at some point, and it's just bringing more of it over. Arcospheres? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what takes the longest about it. You expect Arcospheres for the noobs in chat? Well, we just got our thing done. Essentially what they are is they're a type of sphere that they're a type of resource that is very hard to acquire. You can only acquire a certain amount of them. So if I were to go into here, it kind of looks like this. So you get them by launching some probes in various asteroid fields, but they have severe diminishing returns. And all the recipes are really weird because so Arcospheres are never destroyed. They're always like they're always like just changed into something else. So the entire mechanism is like it basically puts in something like it puts lambda psi, and then it comes out with either and it can come out with one or two. It randomly switches the recipe. It's either zeta theta or epsilon pi. It's really weird. It's completely random what the outputs are. So the challenge of it is figuring out a way to make it so that you can actually utilize the resources, kind of thing. Like you have to change the imbalance of it, essentially. That's what you're trying to do. So I made a circuit network to do it, and it's been a pain in the ass. So, all right, cool, we got this. Let's do antimatter. Actually, I should probably make this into a requester. So, is there a victory? No, there's still no victory thing as far as I know, so... okay, I think we're good to go, fellas. Flavor pie is it? If you ate the pie variant, would it make it go away? I wish it would. 2898 not launch is nice. I tried to launch 90 per location, 24 Arcospheres per location. Yeah, I tried to go a little bit more. In hindsight, I probably should have done a little bit less than that, but yeah. Alright, let's see if we can go. Oh, let's engage. So what do you need to do for this? Oh, the Nexus is designed to act as a distortion drive. That's what it says there. So that's your distortion drive for you. See, we're still picking up speed, so I'm trying to see what how much speed we actually need. Probably should put some lamps down. Holy shit, that's a lot of asteroids. I have 98 point something streamline. Well, we'll see if I can go faster than this. What speed does it actually kick up at? I think I might need a little bit more streamline than this. No recipe. Oh, I have to... Wait, no recipe is available. 250? Okay. We're close. Hold up. If I maybe fix the streamline or something, will it do it or no? We're very close. Yeah, let's go back to Caladius. I just need a smidgen more streamline. And if I could throw one more thruster on it, then that would basically do it. I can't assign a recipe on it, but I think it's because I did it before I left, so. I mean, to be honest, I actually don't think we need to do anything here. Just slow down. It's taking a while to hit the brakes on this thing, isn't it? Turning your ship off in space, what could go wrong? Listen, I'm a professional space exploration player. You know, I'm the ultimate gamer. I know what I'm doing, trust me. Okay, it looks like I won't be able to do anything else here. Alright, so let's add a bit more streamline to the front of the ship, and then we'll see. Yeah, I think maybe we do need to do the assignment of it, actually. Let's go back to Caladius, actually. Because I can't assign a recipe right now, so... This actually fixed our everything, so... Kinda wish I could have another one in here, but I don't think I can. There we go, we hacked it. Okay, so we're at 250, but it's not moving right now, so... That's why I'm just gonna park it, and I'm gonna do the thing with it. Does not... Yeah, I think it's just because I didn't set the recipe on it. It's just weird that I can't set it when it's in motion, so... Wait, why didn't it do it? Oh, you know what it is? I think that's your, I think I know why. Because I don't have the recipe for it. Where is that, then? Matter cube, no. It's maybe interstellar travel data. That might be what I need. I'm fucking 50k? Alright. That's probably what I need. It's likely this. Why do I need a Nexus then? I think that's what I need, but... Do you need to actually research it? I'm not very clear on the victory, though. The data chips are made in Nexus, but it doesn't say I need them, though. I'm just trying to see what the victory condition is. I thought it was just to make a Nexus and get out of here, you know? I thought I figured that was our objective, you know? Cargo rockets. We've launched, by the way, 31,000 cargo rockets, just to tell you guys. Automation, yeah. Arcospheres. I mean, it shouldn't take as long now that I fixed the issue. Exploration Journal doesn't say anything. I crash landed. I can't remember how I got here. I launched myself in space. Finding relics. Anomaly. It doesn't really say anything else about that. Archaeology. Yeah, that's fine. Star mapping, nothing. It doesn't really tell you how to win. That's a little bit unclear to me. I'm gonna assume I have to do. I'm gonna assume I have to do something else with it. So, well, like the recipe appears to come from, like I said. Yeah, the recipe appears to come from Deep Space Catalog 4. But like, there's nothing about the later on is. It's a gateway to other technologies, yeah. Because we're not doing planetary. We don't need either of these, right? None of these are victory conditions. I would have thought that the thing itself would be a. I'm gonna try and go into deep space with the Nexus, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, the worst case scenario is like I'm just sitting on the ship and I just, you know, I'm just chilling, I guess. So we're just gonna go launch to some random place. I think I have to enter deep space. Maybe. With the right technology can enable escape from a local star cluster. What technology, though? I'm reading here is a secret hidden win condition? I don't even know. I'm gonna go read the Discord about it maybe while we're flying in space here. Let's see. There's a win condition with a Nexus and a spaceship. Yeah, that's what I think it is too. It's not entirely clear to me what that is, though. You want the tip I'm reading? Sure. I don't mind. I'm kind of reading some stuff here that might actually be secret research related to it, so... It says, when you activate the Nexus on a victory ship, a new secret tech is unlocked. It costs 10k psi, Nexus only recipe. 6 gigawatts, ship operating at speed 250, 300 seconds completion time. Ingredients is 1 arcosphere of every type, 16 Naquita Tesseracts, and 1000 nanomaterial. Result, 9 formatted arcospheres. So this would be the post-endgame arcosphere manufactured formatting. Oh. There's a new kind of way of formatting, I guess. Do more deep space exploration. Keep doing it until you find something. Alright. Yeah, that's what I assume it is. Dude, secret techs? Are you kidding? Well, you know,
Who voted yeah? I don't think we're doing it. Hate to say it. I think you guys lost your points. Oh, to be honest, we're not even we still got like 9 hours. So I was all tad buried in some code. It was a mention of from the 0.6 patch notes. Was there? Not really. Yeah, I have no idea what deep space exploration means. I've never played the mod. No, it's referring to guaranteed. It's referring to this, the Deep Space Science Pack 4. Guaranteed, that's what it's referring to. Is this one? It's just when I looked at it, I saw the researches. I'm like, I guess these don't really matter, right? Because they don't give me anything, right? That's what I was saying to myself. But I did notice that interstellar travel has its own blank data card requirement. So that was the thing I was looking at. I was like, oh shit, kind of a thing. So suck it up and finish your research, slacker. Wow, so mean to me. But yeah, I think you're right. I'll let it go for a little bit and just see if it makes a difference, but I don't think it will. But that was close. We still might be able to do 400 hours. I'm wondering if I'm missing some content now because of what you said sounded unfamiliar to me. If I know. I like I said, I actually ended up looking at what people are talking about on the Discord for that. So this does mean though, if I need 6 gigawatts, I'm gonna need to throw in another. I'm gonna need to throw in another high temperature turbine here, like probably right there. Yeah, that would work. Even though this is not sustained, it's okay because I have a storage tank with it, so it would be okay. I guess there are multiple conditions for different things. Yeah, that's my assumption as well. Oh, it would also help if I fucking plug in this turbine into here. Yeah. There's many failures on this ship design that I can see. More than 5 failures. But I can fix it. That's what matters. I'm gonna have to like move up the everything here to do it. But I think we got a ship design that is capable of it can reach the speed. It can barely reach the speed, by the way, of 250. Yeah, I might go throw on another engine or two somewhere. What's the speed of it right now? Yeah, so they're all 100%. That was what I needed to do. I needed the that. All right, we're gonna head back. Not Calamity. Go to Caladius. All right. There's my little ship here. But yeah, we're gonna fix the turbines and some other stuff, so. But we learned. At least I'll do the teleporter victory, because that shouldn't be that hard. Famous last words. How do you make a Singularity tech card? A fucking Arcospheres? Are you kidding me? Damn, this might be a little bit longer than I thought it would be. Well, it's a good thing we're making more of them, and I fixed whatever problem this was having, so. You know what? I'm now so confident in the number that we have. I'm gonna up this to 10 for all these, because that was the problem. So that was the entire problem. It was just a transfer issue. And this one could be definitely a little higher.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't think another night for distracting me from actually working. To much appreciate. My pleasure. That's what I'm here for. Distracting you from tasks that you should actually be doing. We were all here to learn some important things about Factorio, and the fact that my Arcosphere setup was not perfect. But yeah. Now it is perfect, so that's what I'm gonna say. I would actually really like to have some speed 9s in this, so I'm gonna actually put some in there, maybe. I'm just trying to think here. It was right here, right? Yeah. That's really good how it's, like, actually maintaining it, too. This is the Zai one. I'm almost inclined to actually, you know what? We're barely using these. I'm gonna throw these models out. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go to the speed ones. Tier 9. Dang it. I wish that this was a little bit... You know what? No. Don't do that yet. I'm kind of hoping that we have more speeds at the ready to go back up there. No, we have none. Did I hope there was some? No, you get 0. No speeds for you. No electronic components. What would be possibly causing that? Probably the way I garbagely set it up, but you know. Because I had 2 things making it too. But these are missing some because of the lack of silicon. Oh man, I really wish I did direct inserts. Not this crap. And they're full anyways. It is just the sheer amount of silicon. Let's be honest now. I think I intended to copy and paste it, didn't I? Or maybe I already did that. Alright, let's go dock this bad boy. Oh, I just see where the thing is now. Is it like right here, or... I forget. That's the other engine, right? It's like right here, right? No, I did it wrong, but that's okay. Alright, so the thing that we're going to need is my hull integrity, my hull stress, yeah, it's fairly good. How much more do I need to move it up by? Like, just one, right? Try it first, and then I'm going to screw with it a bit more. So I want another one right here. The thing I'm debating is, do I need more steam for this as well? I could actually move some of that steam down here, actually. The output down here, and then, you know, you can just have the rest of them. So now it works. Do you need the bottom right side of that engine connected? What do you mean, bottom right? It is connected. See? I mean, you mean like to refill fuel? I mean, I have a ton of it in here, so I'm not going to bother with it. Oh, yeah, sorry, bottom side of that engine. Oh, you mean this one? Oh, yeah, I do. Sorry, that's what you meant. I don't know why I went down there. By the way, don't ask me. It's 400 hours. Cut me some slack. Oh, turbine. I misunderstood that too. Yeah. The turbine thing, yeah. Yeah, when you said engine, I just was thinking, I'm like, because I was down there a second ago, I'm like, oh, what did I do there? That's all good. Yeah, you're right, I did have to have that connected. Yeah, so this one wasn't connected before. So this now officially makes 6 gigawatts. While the turbine is the steam turbine. Are those turbines as well? Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need more power than this. I could just throw down. I could throw on some accumulators. Actually, that could be all I need for this. Actually, but we'll leave it go. We'll let it slip for the time being. Let's see. This might be all I need for this, actually. So let's see, 5 turbines, sorry, 6 turbines. Are those generator turbines, the others are to cool down steam? No, it's because they partially give you, so they consume 5,000 degree steam, but they give you back some 415 degree steam as an output. You have to use it somehow, so you can either flare it, but the best thing to do is use it in smaller turbines to basically use it. And I use it in condenser turbines to get the water back. So there's plenty of ways of solving the problem, but yeah. The best way is to just get more power out of it, so. Let's see, water output.
302. Sorry, it's 102. 102 times 6 turbines, and these consume 66.66. 9 turbines, and I have how many? Yeah, I have 9, so we're good. I'll generate just different temps. Gotcha. Yeah, they can only use certain kinds. High temperature turbines are very needy and don't want to use anything else other than that. Anyways, this fixes any issues I had with it before. Alright, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove the requesters for this. Because it's just going to keep eating through these, and I don't want it to, so... Well, looks like we got D-Space catalogs to do. Hey, Ruby Rose. Thanks for the raid, man. How you doing? Gravimetrics. How do you do? I am just getting to the end of my space exploration run here. Well, ish. Just in time for the new patch. Dude, you've been breaking your brain with liquids? What are you playing? Just basic Factorio, real solo. Oh, this is a heavily modded run. Nothing of what you see here is ever based in the realm of the vanilla game. So I'll just go out and tell you that right now. We're in weirdo mod land right now. So seeing this mod though, it looks wacky. It really is. It's a very extremely ambitious total conversion mod kind of a thing, I would say. I'm gonna call it total conversion, even though it's probably not the accurate term for it. But yeah, no, that's pretty much what we're up to at the moment. It's actually just kind of crazy what they've done with it. You kind of like make spaceships and some other fun stuff. So, how many hours do you have in Factorio? You a new player? We're gonna need these on an ongoing basis, I just realized. Dang it. Because we're making Deep Space Catalog 4s, then we definitely need it. Yeah. I was called out for being a slacker and not finishing my researches like I should. Singularity. Are you kidding me? Well, SC and K2 is basically Factorio DLC at this point. Very fun, yeah. I'm about 60, but 30 of those was solo. The other 30 was a worker drone for my buddies. Oh yeah, there you go. We've all been there. Yeah. No, he said he was doing a mostly vanilla playthrough, so the liquids and stuff. So there's a lot of crazy mods that basically significantly add to some of the difficulty elements of the game. So this chemical gel thing is crazy. Is there a reason why? Do I not have? Yeah, I'm gonna say maybe there's a problem with my methane gas. I know this isn't a problem. Yeah, this is just some crazy bonkers stuff that the mod kind of wants you to do, unfortunately. So this is my cracking. Why is this light oil? Why can't it go anywhere? That's that one. Am I not doing petroleum cracking? I guess I was just doing regular petroleum. I guess it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Yeah. I don't think there's really anything I could do to necessarily fix that up a little bit. As much as I'd like to. Let's just make sure coal is coming down. It is not. Okay, that would explain the problem. Why is there no coal here? Ready for next payload. Oh, well that's stone. That's a completely separate issue. There's also no coal. Well, that would probably be the reason. Get out of here. Gonna lurk you for a bit now, but I plan on watching and learn. Like I said, this may not be the right place for that. Not because I don't want to be informative and helpful, but this is like the super modded version of the game, so not much. A lot of the buildings are different, and you're not gonna get a whole lot out of like what you would do in a vanilla run, I would say, but maybe you will. Maybe the train stuff or something, you know, because that's kind of vanilla-y, except it's not. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna help speed this coal along. I don't want to make any more outposts because I'm lazy. Stream another 5 hours, please, while I work. I mean, that's not likely. It's like 8:30 for me. It's quite a bit of a time. Guess we should make some stuff for Singularity tech cards, huh? You need Deep Space Science Pack 3s for Singularity tech cards. What a troll. Okay. Dude, everything of it requires something weird. Just... we can't do it because we don't have Deep Space... Well, we do have Deep Space Science 3, but still. That's besides the point, fellas. It's 11:30 p.m. Oh wow. Yeah, I got rid of that. There's Nacrium Tesseracts now. I guess we're gonna need a couple more of those, aren't we? Alright, let's see how my little guys here are doing. 8. I know there's one that had a couple in there that was before 14. Maybe I should just bring this one back. Still a lot more to go. Quite honestly, I don't think we have an amount issue anymore anyway, so I don't know. I guess we could kind of keep it going. They're oddly enough, they're all going now, so. More power to us. This is the fastest I've ever seen it move. This is supposed to be Zeta. Okay, no, good. Zai. Oh, what? Shit. Didn't notice I did this. Do I have speed modules? I do. We'll do these ones. There you go. As fast as I could possibly make them for speed modules. Because speeding up these is a good idea, because they use the arcospheres faster. Unless machines cannot keep them out in, like, things that they're not supposed to put them into. Tank science doesn't seem too bad. DSS-4 was going pretty quick. I mean, relatively speaking, because it's 50k. But, I mean, a lot of this is due to the fact I just resolved a lot of the issues I had. But I can guarantee you, if I were to do this then, I would definitely put this stuff right next to each other so the bots don't have to travel far. Yeah, we have a Tesseract problem right now. So I think when you get to this level, it's just you throw down the bots, and yeah, you throw down the bots, and you just don't even do this like train block crap. It doesn't matter anymore. You're at a point where, you know, you just need to make it in the spot where it's at. Because all the Arcosphere stuff, no matter what, you cannot make a transportation mechanism for it because there's not enough of them. So when Derek Control X the Arcospheres and move them, I mean, I could. They don't get deleted or anything. They're fine, you know. Technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with doing that. What I might do is I might actually lower these down to 3, actually. Because the fact that they're in boxes, again, is resulting in it underestimating how much I actually need to have, I think. I mean, it's sort of doing it, because it is realizing that it needs to make a lot more Xi. But it is, like, way closer. It says, like, 56 to 41 than it should be, so... what about doing more launches or whatever to find more of them? I'm currently in the process of doing that. That's what these are for. But I only have, like, this has 12. So I'm hoping to get a couple more out of it. Because if I just come back with, like, that, I was hoping to get, like, 20 of them. I'm actually going to redo this a little bit. I just decided. There's a better way I could do this. If you have them all share the same boxes, it would result in less, Arcospheres just waiting there for no reason. So, if it does this, is it like... Is it halted when it has to get rid of them? I think it is, right? Yeah, it is. It doesn't move when it does that, so asking because, I don't know, not a suggestion. Can you build up a bunch of those launchers, or is it limited? You can build as many as you want, but you have to send them out to places. Like I said, I have 7 ships that are doing that right now. It just takes a long time. I was intending to make, like, maybe 15 of them. The reason I didn't do it, well, I don't know why I didn't do it, so... It's, yeah, I'll always give you 2. Is that all it needs? Okay. Alright, that helps it move a little bit faster. I can even give it like 8 instead. Oh wait, I don't need this stuff. Napkin cubes, yeah, I don't need that either. Do I need those? No, yeah. I forgot about that. I only asked for the arcospheres. Totally forgot that was a thing. Yeah, 7 of them didn't catch that, thanks. Yeah. No problem. It's just like if I look at like a random one right now, whoops. Wait, is it here? It's not here, is it? Okay, it might actually be, this one might be here, but that's okay. Why didn't it move? Oh, it just ran out of satellites. Yeah, that's okay. I'll just tell it to go. That was the only one that's here. So I have 6 of them going right now. So it's like sitting here, that's what like these alarms are for, kind of thing, to tell me. There isn't one ready, by the way. So they're just constructing whatever they need to. In hindsight, probably speed 9s would have been a really good idea here, to be honest. I should have done speed 9s. In the future, if I ever do this, I'll speed 9 these. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah, these are too slow. I even beaconed it too, and I thought that would be sufficient enough, but apparently not. So we don't actually have a power problem. It's only 126 megawatts. Because that's why it has an entire power plant here. It's just literally, it takes so long to do that. Like, it's the process of it has to launch. It's like so long to do it. You know what I should have done, actually? I'm a fool. I could have actually had 2 satellite things going out at the same time. It would have gone through it way faster. What the hell? Yeah, okay. Well, basically, guys, I'm stupid, but, you know, that's life. Sometimes you're a moron like me, and you're just born that way. So I just realized, like, this is, like, why did I wait for this? I could have got, this could have went way faster. Fuck, wait. Yeah, why the hell do you even watch me? Yeah. You should go watch, someone else, honestly. I just realized I made this way harder than it needed to be. Let me go back to Caladius. I'll show you what I mean. Next run will be good. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna be a pro by then. I'm gonna be a pro. But essentially, I just wasted a bunch of time. Well, unintentionally, by the way. But yeah. I could have had way more by now. because it's the crafting time. So I was honestly hoping one of the cool things with Factorio, I always love the next play will be faster / better / it keeps you going. I mean, it's why I play it. So it's why I played 400 hours on the same save file almost. You know. I may end up actually bringing a lot of those ships back to actually make this adjustment to it. Where's the, yeah, okay. I'm gonna have them not launch anymore, because... So, we're gonna need more speeds on these as well. Now you could move those Archosphere things over to the other spot. What's keeping you from doing that? What do you mean by that? You mean the why they're in the place that they're at right now? Because they're really far away from my home planet. They're extremely far away. So I can't just... I don't have a mechanism to send them back one by one. Just trying to see how many are here. There's 11. Yeah, I have 2 crafting areas with those purple spinning things. I thought those would be faster together. You mean like these ones? Oh, you're saying why not move these over here? Because they're being shared between down here and also up here. It's being shared between 2 things. It's actually straight up in the middle. Because they just have different concerns. Granted, I would in the future definitely put them more together. Like I'd like dedicate a spot just for Archosphere production in the future. But this one I kind of hacked together today, so I didn't quite know how this would turn out, and this is how it turned out. So, all right, let's go bring back. Well, first off, okay, the ship is here. So here's what I'm gonna do to fix it. That's fine. This is not fine. We need 50. And I'm gonna also... Okay, I can't request it from buffers. Okay, we have actives, we have 10 of these. And we also need 4 satellite things. Because there's actually no reason it shouldn't have this. There's a lot more to infrastructure to move to do that now. Yeah, pretty much. So, that's why we're not doing it. Okay, so yeah, this is what it should have, and I'll also give it an additional thing of speeds. Hopefully you're not gonna take anything from this. No, you're fine. Okay, so now we're gonna take this guy, launch it to Fornezza. I'm gonna send a couple more ships back because I wanna make all of them do that. By the way, because they could be going way faster right now. Let's see. I'm just surprised I never caught that. Why are you always streaming like right after you start playing games with your friends? What? I've been streaming for like 6 hours.
Tell me you tested it.
Astroneer is getting trains in the next update. That game is about to become baby space exploration.
Yep, that sounds about right. I've been playing with the Satisfactory trains actually. Me and Pat were kind of playing around with that. And that one was those ones were interesting, but they're cool because they're like giant 3D trains. But I kind of feel like when they started that one, they were kind of like, we need to have trains just because Factorio has it. You know, they don't feel that useful, I would say, in that game. So, if that makes any sense. But I have tried playing around with that one, so grape shot. We're gonna extend it back. Because like in that game, it's like you don't really do sub-factories, and the kind of orders you can give to your trains is very simple. Maybe I'm just spoiled by this game, I don't know. I'm gonna just say I'm spoiled by this game. I always felt like wheeled vehicles were just about all you needed. Yeah. I mean, the trains are kind of cool because you can move things around in that, but yeah. I think they got a long way to go with Satisfactory before it becomes like a really, like... It's not a bad factory game, but it's not a, like, super great one either, I guess, is the best way I can say. It's definitely got limitations in the engine that they clearly need to kind of get through, or whatever. Otherwise, you know, it's fun. You couldn't get into Satisfactory. It's not... Honestly, it's really not... It's like a simpler Factorio in 3D. That's all it is. So... Factorio's got all, like, the nice mods, and the fact it's 2D also, like, helps it with its, like, optimization and some other stuff, right? Trains felt too cumbersome for the payoff when you can make a truck do the same shit with zero infrastructure. Pretty much, yeah. I will 100% agree to that. I don't like fiddling around in 3D. Poor grid alignment. It's not satisfying to scale it up. Too many intermediate recipes are also crappy. You have to build gigantic factories for a few. Yeah. Let's go back to Cornetzo. The thing I just realized is I don't have enough of these satellites here. No blueprints and satisfactories would be good. Yeah, that is also a big one. I desperately looked up. You can copy individual entities, but you can't like do something really good for that. So that is the saddest thing, by the way. Just gonna let this thing finish up here. $150. That is the 150, 151. Let's do this. Palladius. Factorio does have the best UX of any game I've ever played as well, to be honest. We were literally just talking to I'm like, holy shit, I'm like playing, I've played this for like since, I've been playing it straight since November, and I'm basically planning on starting 0.6 again. I wasn't actually intending on that, but like it's such just a good game to play. I'm like, fuck it, I can't help myself, but I could do it, you know. That's the really weird part to me. Okay, so we're gonna copy this one. Okay, let's go to ice field, sure. The factory must grow indeed. Hey there, Zendata. And you missed the guy days without copy and paste. Blueprints have to be crafted. No circuit network, etc. Oh, you have to use splitters on corners with compressed belts. I mean, that's why I kind of gave them the benefit of the doubt. Because to be honest, like, Factorio's had a lot of years behind it for them to make all these features that we all take for granted. Why is there a small asteroid that made it into here? Oh, there's no storage space, huh? Whatever. $154 now. The original Factorio endgame, rocket defense, never even worked. It's supposed to trigger a massive biter swarm that you have to survive to win. I mean, thankfully they didn't. What are all my construction bots doing? Oh, they're all busy doing something crap here. This is one of those nice things that's going to be completely different, by the way, is like, I won't have to fucking do this all the time with because you're going to use a lot less cargo logistic things because you don't need to. You don't need all these you don't need all these cargo rockets if you can just space elevator up, so. Alien artifacts. Oh yeah, I remember that. And that was for military science and it was really annoying. If I remember. Because you had to basically you had to kill biters, if I recall. I might be thinking of a mod though. Yeah, and they're basically going almost all the time. It's pretty good. I actually might end up making these two again. Oh my god, why are you putting them here? Actually, that doesn't matter to me. No nuclear power, no artillery, rockets that could do nothing. Dang. Alright, you convinced me I hate this game now. I'm just kidding. Oh. Yeah, these things are unfortunately a little bit on the slow side. It's still a problem of on down here, it just doesn't make what I need. Very sad. I'm actually gonna I still want to bring speed modules back. Also, I don't know why it never has a landing pad either for this thing. I guess it's just always being used. What can I tell you? There's the speeds.
Just gonna start sending a bunch of this stuff back with me. Yeah, forget this. Because we don't need these anymore, so I'm just gonna get rid of these. I'm gonna do the productivities too, because it does use those two a little bit. As soon as it fills it up, I'm just gonna send it directly to Respidia. Look at all the fucking speed modules it has. It's crazy. Loaded up an old Astroneer save. You wish I knew what was going on. You never load up an old factory building game save. Belts are UPS hogs, and you want a pure bot base for scale. It's a huge change. I'm having changes adjusting to. Belts are better UP. Technically speaking, they're still really good UPS wise. So the bots that didn't really change. Belts just got better. These feel like they're slow, but it's more because I'm at 34 UPS right now, so... Oh, come on, give me the speeds, not the prods. Whatever it'll have to do. I mean, I could send this to... I'm not gonna bother fucking with that. Let's see. Caladius... Sidith. Yep, there's a ton here too. So that's not the kind I wanted. I did remove them from the quest, right? I did. Okay, good. So everything fucking needs... This is why... Okay. I may need more, like, core fragment processing or something, because holy smokes. I really don't want to add anymore because it's already terrible as it is. Feeling a bit on the lazy side, I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot of stone too. That's crazy. I should have done this smaller too, but I'll know that for the future as well. Regardless, yeah. Some of them were really good. I just tried to stuff way too much into there when I should have been separating it out a lot more. I mean, honestly, the train stops needed more leeway as well. Too many core fragments, enjoy while you can. Yeah, I'm aware of the changes. I am more than aware of how that's different now.
Oh. I've had so much fun with this run. This run has been amazing. It's been such a good time. Where's core fragments? Yeah. Alright. Is there anything else we want to really... Yeah, some over here. I mean, it's not just a straight up nerf, is it? I don't even know. It might actually just be a straight up nerf, by the way. Massive nerf to core mining, yeah. Both to placement and stack sizes. I did notice both. The good nerf, to be honest. I mean, I feel like if you were the kind of person that got a lot out of your core mining, you were basically invincible, you know? Because I definitely abused it here, I'll tell you that much. It was really good, so that's why I'm like, I'm kind of not, I'm not too heartbroken about it, so. There we go. We got more coming up now. So asking for a lot of airframe pulls. I don't know why. At any rate, these are actually moving now, so. See how much he put into this mod without engine changes. It makes me excited to see what WoW does with the expansion. You know, that's the same for me as well. It's good. And Matt, you know what they should do as an April Fool's joke? Just do like the horse armor of Factorio or something. It's like just train armor. Just a different trade skin for $5. They should do that. It would piss off everybody, but I think it would be funny. But I have a really sick sense of humor, so you know what? Maybe I'm not the idea guy. I'm not in charge of ideas, okay? But all I'm saying is train armor, all right? And before you say there's modders that could do it, that was true for Oblivion too. There was modders that could put horse armor into the game, so don't even get me started. Trust me, it did not matter. Oh, right. Sorry. I just remembered. I am doing this thing now. Yes. I'm gonna go hang out with some of these things. Because I need some satellite... Oh, okay. Sorry, I went up the floor and it scared me. $149. So I'll show you what I have in mind. So we're gonna do something like this. What you're gonna do. This, I don't know why I didn't do this before. You have a beacon. Look at this. What? Look. Isn't that music to your ears? That's more arcospheres. Wee. There you go. How's the Victory ship looking? It's looking good. I just need more arcospheres and stuff, so I just realized I could have been doing this the entire time. Let's see. It's not quite. Why didn't it copy it? Or maybe I didn't copy it right. Hold up here. I'll show you in a minute. Sorry about that. I need to kind of have a look at this. Yeah, there we go. Now it's coming. Do I not? I may not have enough space probe silos. Let's go bring some more up. I guess I didn't think I would be using this much, but that is no longer the case. Let's bring 40 up here. Because, like, it's... that resulted a lot more things, like, completely. Look at them go. Look at them. They're fucking insane. I should have just done this the entire time, because it's all in the same row port network right here. You just have 4 of them connected to one beacon. And guess what? It goes 4 times faster. With, like, minimal beacons. It just needs another silo. I think when I originally planned it out, I didn't realize how slow these silos were. And then, like, yeah. And that's... this should be all you need to do, let me be honest. It's this animation, right? So you just get 4 buildings of it, you know? That's it. There you go, that'll be fine. I don't know what Novice is getting, but Novice can kiss it. After all the abductions with their pros, it's time to probe them back. Yeah, the biters. You gotta teach these biters a lesson. Still space folding data, but that's okay. It'll do its thing. A lot of pi and a lot of epsilon. Pi and epsilon. So those are the ones that are being just used the most. So, but that's why I just made more of it. I could make even more than this, to be fair. So I even put speed 9s in them. That's how crazy I was about like fixing this. It looks like our Nacrium cubes have fixed themselves. Alright, these good now? Yeah, they are. Let me just make sure that, yeah, we're good. Be free, my son. Nope, still asking for 1 for some reason. Small asteroid in the way. Is there like a... Sorry. I had like something in my throat. Fuck. How do I delete that? Actually, does it even matter if I delete that? I don't think it really does, to be honest. I really don't think it does. Yeah, it's just gonna deliver... It's even delivering the speed modules, too. Why are they just hanging out here? Oh, because they're trying to charge, I guess. Yeah, so it's got 55. Go be free, my son. Oops. So at some point, it just delivered a bunch of things here because it wasn't like it's because it's dumb, basically. Why are you? Fuck. This thing's stupid because it's the closest thing. I get it, but yeah. Sorry. Why are you still doing this? Stop. Oh, because I guess it had them before, but whatever. Yeah, it's got all 4. Why does it think it needs more? No, I'm just gonna feed it a couple of my bots here. Did that not count as being in the network? That's the weird part. Holy shit, the rifle we got last weekend is already bore-sighted? Is it bored, you're saying? So you should probably look into that. It's a terrible joke, by the way, sorry. I would feel bad for myself. Oh, there you go, there's all the stuff there. Half the work is already done for the sighting with the scope. Oh, that's nice. Dude, how did it send up a frickin' space loader up here? Dude, every time, there's always some kind of space loader issue. Hey look, it's actually all equalized, holy shit. And it's moving too, I think. And no, there's no Nacrium plates, it's a completely separate issue. Wow, okay, so apparently the amount of Nacrium plates it requires is now slower than the Arcospheres for the first time since this game started. Jeez. I mean, it's a good problem to have. Good problem to have. I did not think we would ever get to this point, but it's quite a monumentous occasion, let me tell you that. Yep, this one is good to go. Is that all of them? I guess it's all of them. Alright, you can go to some other one. Scepter, sure, go. Have fun. Oh, Shaz, we're gonna finish this game today. Or not today, but maybe tomorrow, to be honest. I'm debating it. Oh, don't dock here. Back. We're finally gonna do it. We're finally gonna be real gamers. Razor, sure. going now. You got your day off tomorrow too? Yep, pretty much. I'm planning on, like I said, it's finish the game or bust, and then obviously we start at some other point. Probably after like a good day's break, we start playing 0.6, and then we'll see how it goes. 153. I had someone talk to me as he said that. I'm sorry, what? We're planning on finishing the game. We are going to finish this because we want to play the next version of it. So, guess what? We're here until fall. We're gonna keep playing this. But I did say I was gonna space it out with some other games. So it's I'm only like half memeing with you. So. Okay, and that's all fixed now. Excellent. This is my my super ship that I have. Alright, let's see here. What's the slowest part of this? Wait, we're missing cryonite rods. What an interesting problem to have. I swear I had a bunch over here somewhere. Yeah, we definitely have a lot of cryonite rods. That's definitely not the problem. How many researchers are left? I don't know, to be honest. There's some hidden secret research. With any luck, you've learned more efficient ways of doing things will not take as long. Pretty much. But it's the mod is very different. Because 0.6, we were looking at 0.6 today, and they're like changing everything about it. So we're like, this is cool. And space elevators and stuff. So it's actually a good reason to actually like try it again, you know? I mean, I've been having fun, but I am promising to actually space it out with some other games this time. Kind of thing. Because I've kind of done nothing but this game for like, you know, months straight, so... Which is good. It's been a good run. But yeah. I'm still debating on what to do instead of just times 10 research. I mean, I could go like times 20 research or something, but yeah. I mean, is that worth doing? It might actually be worth doing. Like times, what do you guys think? Times 20? Times 25? A nice round number. Multiple of, well, actually, times 20 is still multiple of 100, but yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? Any suggestions? I'm still debating it. So, 100 go for broke. Yeah, I think that's a little bit too crazy. I think even times 20 is a bit crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Times 69 420. I don't know. You might have the winning number there. That might be just what we need to do. I think I might just do a times 20 run. You know, we took the difficulty level and then we doubled it. You know, kind of a thing. Any increase is going to get you stuck in the pre-rocket part of the game, and that sucks. Well, apparently the pre-rocket part of the game is a lot less in duration, but yeah. Oh yeah, clamp ID name 69420. Yeah, that would do it. We gotta get a lot of these ships moving. Give me a sec here. Oh fuck, is this gonna work? No, it's not. I should put some plating down. That's Caladius, who cares? Is it missing? You better not be missing this. This is missing stuff. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Where were you at before? Okay, I remember Scepter. Oh my god. How did it possibly miss this stuff? Also, there's not nearly enough stuff here. Like, I was wondering, like, how did it only have... It only has one? It's supposed to have 4. And then this is supposed to have, like, 50. So annoyed, actually. I thought I literally looked at all of them, but yeah. Alright, let's see, 151. We just double check this before. Yeah, this one has 4. Oh wait, this is Fornetza. Okay, maybe I'll send this one to thing. It's called like... What's it called again? Scepter. Okay. 153. Another one. Okay, let's go. Let's just double check. I shouldn't have to double check this, but apparently I do. Let's do Asteroidia. That's such a dumb name. It's Shaz's persona. It's Asteroidia. Shaz is just question marking me. I'm ripping on Shaz and Shaz isn't even paying attention. Fuck. Way to make me feel bad, Shaz. Put all this effort into mocking you, and this is how you repay me. You heard, but what the fuck? Okay, fine. Alright, fine, I apologize, I'm sorry. Sands of Time. Let's do the Interstellar Barons, that sounds good. Just look at ones I'm pretty sure I don't know of. Yeah, this is 152. It's all good. Nah, it's too late, you hurt my feelings. Shattered Skies Black Mirror, let's do that one, it's edgy. It's like, this is crazy. And we already have 20 in this one. Oh, and now we have a new problem. We can't get rid of thermofluid. Alright, well let's have a look here. Hey Mike, I gifted you a game? Sure, I'll have a look in a sec. Sorry, these pipes take precedent. Sorry about that. Now I feel like an asshole. Sorry about that. Just like I'm like putting pipes down. I'm like, no, I can't look at things. Let me see what it is. In a sec here. I just noticed that this was a huge issue. I need to actually add a pump here too. I feel like a dick actually for doing this. Alright, let's have a look. Where is it at? You received a gift. Metal Gear Rising? Dang. Nanomachine Sun. I thought I had this one. Don't worry about it. Okay, did I not have this one? This is, oh right, this is the meme one. No, I had Metal Gear 5 and I have a meaning to do. Well, just to tell you, you know, we literally just were talking about how like we were going to play Factorio some more in a new run, but yeah, no, thanks, man. I'm sure I'll get to it at some point. I want to say soon, but you know, I know myself, and you know myself, so. But thanks again. Oh, that definitely fixed it. Oh, Rush, I know you have a backlog. I mean, the backlog currently is Factorio, so we're just like, oh, point 6 came out, time to play that. So, you know, that's kind of what we're all about right now. I'm gonna keep making these things. There's also that other game, what was it called? Shit, what's it called again? The DLC for Prey. So since I played that recently, I was gonna kick that up again, real soon. I figured that was a good idea to load in. So this is really smooth, by the way, right now. River top is missing an inserter, I think. Let's see. You would be correct on that. Probably should have noticed it with the yellow warning on it, so. Where are we at right now? Oh, let's see if any other ships are not moving. 153. Asteroidia. Oh, whoops. They're not on the network, shit. Okay, these are all good. I kind of want to listen to these all go out at the same time because it sounds like fun. I think 155 will be, or 151. This is adorable how it does that. Where I hope that nope, it's not. Okay, which one next? 155. Fornetza. Wait, this one's the one without the extra one, right? Yeah, this one's missing stuff, so this one has to go to Caladius. 154. That's how you get those things? Is it because I figured out I could get more of them? Is that why? Oh. Yeah. It was something I didn't think about until I looked at it and I thought real hard about it and I realized I was being dumb. So, but that's okay. Sometimes you figure out that you're dumb a little bit too late in life. There you go. Alright, rest of this is good. So now it's about 4 times faster, by the way. So it was unbearably slow before, I'll say that much. But now, yeah, that's definitely going to help out. I'm seeing a lot of these things not moving, but it is literally due to the amount of arcospheres that we have. Yeah, you can see like there's a heck of a lot less of them here. Ooh, is that actually that is a different kind of... I've never had so many arcosphere zetas here. Okay. That's what the problem is. So the inversion is a bit too slow right now. There you go. That'll help it along a little bit. So 4x silos and speed 9s too, right? I did not put speed 9s into them. They are still speed 6s. But yeah, there's still an issue with like just the sheer quantity of these things. But you know what? I should have done this again. Why didn't I do it again? Okay, one sec, guys. I did a screwy wooey. Sorry. Same problem as before, which is if you have this many, throw it into here. Oops. And stop doing this. The boxes suck. Yeah, these are fine. Just have them all share the same box. They use up a hell of a lot less, there's a lot less arcospheres just waiting in these boxes then. I feel like I should just copy this entire thing again, by the way. We don't even use these. You have a spare requester box top left to left? Sure. Let me have a look at that in a second. I was looking at the inversion and I decided this was a more pressing issue, sorry. I hadn't actually quite finished over there. But you're probably right, I probably didn't even notice that, to be honest. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're right. Oh no, there's two of them. Well, no, actually, I think it's just one. Nope, two of them. I should probably set these to 15 now. So is this actually doing what it's supposed to? Kind of is. Universe Scatman John is one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. It just occurred to me that This section may not be hooked into some certain things, like here. And that's holding on to whatever it has. I don't have enough satellite things. Well, there's a ton in here, so let's just send that back. Let's just send that out. That's gonna be really cool, actually, because you're gonna have like a mechanism of like a requester train instead of a requester rocket to go up to space and drop off whatever the hell that you wanted to request in the bottom place, which would be really cool. Actually, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be really nice. They're almost to Deep Space Catalog 4. What are these problem with? Oh, these capped out on whatever stuff it has here. Whoops, I may not have meant to do that. I just fucked up their requests. You know what? That's fine. I'm good with 17. Although this needs to be like a lot higher. I forgot now I have the other thing in the middle, so. Alright, they're moving again. The main one is this is a Xi one, again, that doesn't have enough. I feel like I should copy all of these, to be honest. Again. Alright, we'll just let that go. Is this one all done? Yeah, I believe so. Does it have all the silos? Doesn't quite have all the inserters, but I could just feed it a couple more. Anything else? Why is it picking up that many? I think it did it again. Alright, there we go. So those ships should go far faster through whatever inventory it has, too. I could just see it going now. Yeah, like, look at this. 28 arcospheres. It's got, like 195 satellites left to go. So... that's insane. What a difference that makes. Actually, let's undo this for a second. Reason why is I'm just gonna delete that, so just so it's here, and then it'll get removed. And this would be a good place for that new wide area beacon that we don't have yet. That's in 0.6, so. Coming soon to a theater near you. How's the these things going? Yeah, Tesseracts are fine. Yeah, so at this point, the problem isn't anything else. It's just like, it's just the sheer amount of fucking bullshit that we still need, so. It is still going, so we will let it go. In particular, it's this one, so I'm actually going to give it a requester, so I'll just prioritize it first. Because if not for that one, the rest of them would be just fine. I mean, that might be a lie, but, you know, still. I actually don't know why this one's always such an issue with the Xi. But I think it's because it's shared with the Tesseract creation. I think that's why. And it's difficult for it to basically make its way back into the system. Why is Xi such a problem? Yeah, it's like for everything. Dude, I have no idea. It's just all over the place. Do D-Space catalog researches allow you to go deeper into space? I mean, I'm already going pretty deep into space, so I'm gonna say it's probably not the case, but I don't think it makes much of a difference. Because I have all this to basically go through if I wanted to. I've been going to all the asteroid belts basically and launching things from it. Oh, Stardust apparently I've never launched anything from. I don't know, it looked meme enough. It looked meme enough that I thought I did, but I didn't apparently collect Arcospheres from it. Yeah, this says 20 as well. Just watch this launch because I'm kind of amused by this. This is all it needed. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's a very good use of these small beacons that we get too, so. Because you don't want to hook up too many things to it, and you want to have the most that you can possibly get out of your stuff, so. We're going back to capitalism? I guess so. Literally. Alright. This is going to starve the Tesseracts a little bit, but yeah, you can already see it's starting to, like, be a little bit angry about it, but, you know, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah, these Xi ones are crazy in need. I might actually check out some of the machines and see if I can, if I need to reset anything on them. Because sometimes they just get a ton of stuff on them and they shouldn't have it. Oh, I just realized something. This is supposed to be over here. This wiring is just not working. There you go. Okay, now they're going again. Hey, Aaron Wolf. How you doing, man? I kind of poked in last night. Where, you've been told I was, trying to sleep, so I didn't poke in for very long. Good just waking up. Yeah, I'm at the lovely Arcosphere part of the game right now, so. As you can tell, good times. With speed 9s. We're trying to rush, the, Spaceship Victory because of the fact that there's a 0.6 coming out in a day or so, so. I was kind of like, we were talking about it early, when I started the stream, and we were like, man, the space elevator looks cool, right? But I don't want to just. I'm like so close to the ending, but so I'm like, well, might as well just finish it. I don't know what arcospheres are yet. Oh, let me. I'll give you a hint. They're a pain in the ass. So there you go. That's all you need to know. You know, if I had to redo this, I'd probably set it up so I could have two of the machines going to one box. But you know what? At this point, it doesn't matter. Essentially, all the Deep Space Science 3 requires it. So se+ks2. It looks like fun. Well, I mean, do you want me to explain what they are? Because it's like they're weird. I'll just go with that. Or maybe you just want to figure it out in your own playthrough. So I'll leave it up to you. Do you want me to? Not really. Okay, I won't explain it then. It's all good. They're little balls of fun. That's all. That's all I'll say. They're balls of fun. Hey ATX, how you doing? I mean, if others want to know, I could go make dinner. Oh yeah. I know. I mean, I've been explaining it on and off the entire day, so we definitely solved a lot of stuff. Arcosphere Sparkling Joy, yeah, they're good. We're in the end game now, so. Got 19 speed modules. Hey, did you change the thing I was backseating about yesterday? Oh, what did I what did I change? I made a lot of changes today, I'm not gonna lie. This is by the way, my, oh wait, I just realized that this is eating things right now. But backseating is A-okay with me. The chunker ship? Hey, that's a good one. What's gonna win us the game and get us out of here? It'll be functional. I'm sure my fellow engineers on Earth will not judge me too harshly. What's its top speed? That would be... where's it at? Unlimited, I don't know. It was over 250. Which is the number that it needs to be, as I've learned. But unfortunately, apparently, that's not good enough to win the game with, because you need some more stuff for that, so. 155. I think it shows where launch energy is. I'll have another look in a minute. Bellum? Sure, let's just go there. Did it not show it there? One second. I thought it did too. Streamline. Yeah, it says target speed unlimited. Not a maximum though. Yeah, doesn't look like it. But it is 250. Oh, you won't be able to see it while it's angry. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought too. Because I was looking in that exact area, to be honest, as well. Kind of just waiting for Deep Space Catalog 4. Which, as you can imagine, on times 10 science is 10 times more painful. So, you know how it goes. But I've been like throwing some speed 4s into a lot of these things as well. We were looking a lot at a 0.6 today, actually. And patch 0.6 looks really good. You had 2 yellows and no green equalizer green thing. I don't know how to explain it. That's fine. It went through a few iterations, but I did resolve it, so you know that's all that matters. The other thing that we might do is it's still 50k. All right, you know what I'm going to do actually? I'm going to give it a thing over here. My OCDs, please. I'm glad it is. I live to serve. Another happy customer is how I see it, you know? Am I gonna need another cargo container to move this stuff from? I don't even know. Alright, this is unfortunately an unfortunate situation. Well, yeah, I can't quite do anything about that, can I? Because if I want to fit this shield emitter here, I'm gonna have to go in from the other side, so... Oh, how much is the Nexus? What do you mean, how much? Like, how much does it cost? It wasn't that expensive, to be honest. If I don't recall that being a major factor in its construction. But, apparently that's not the end of the game. It just kind of unlocks it for some reason, and then nothing else happens. There's some, like, other tech I need, so... Oh, I have Arcospheres with me. Whoops. Oh, electricity? No electricity right now. None. Apparently, it's dependent upon some factor of, like, the speed or something, but it's not enabled for me. I don't have a recipe for it. So that's kind of the problem, the predicament I'm in right now. Because if I actually click on it, there's no recipe available. So that's kind of the thing I need before I can get too much further away. UPS jealousy intensifies. I was even saying, there's even this is not an entirely efficient base either. There's still some things I could do to make it a lot cleaner, to be honest. So I was already talking about like how my next base will not have this kind of stuff. That of the problems I know of, you know, kind of thing. I thought my new computer was overkill for the things I wanted to do, but Factorio had other plans. I mean, I didn't even buy a computer in mind with this either, so... I mean, for the most part, it's just, yeah, the memory clock speed definitely helped a lot, but... I mean... Trying to keep circuits simple, trying to keep using trains. The most terriblest thing, by the way, is loaders. Loaders like eat like two because I have a lot of stations like this. I should have never done this. You have to really limit your warehouses because that's the killer for me, unfortunately. So I think we've overbuilt, but I haven't been doing any research into better beacons and modules, etc. Yeah, the main things I'm going to do is really limit chests. Be very, very limiting on the chests because oh my god, that is such a problem for me. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize a lot more bots for mining. So instead of doing things like this garbage that I was doing, which uses loaders in a warehouse, even though it's limited, right? I don't like that. I like direct inserts into trains, by the way, is much better because if you look at the inserter rates, they're like 23.23, right? But if you do a direct insert into the train, like right here, they're 40. They're just faster. They're better. They're so much better. It's like twice the speed. So that's why I'm going to do like bots for now on, because it's just better to do that. Maybe bots, I don't know. I haven't quite decided, actually, to be honest. But yeah. But the worst of all is biters waiting to die when we retake Novice. I mean, I just killed my biters and then avoided them for the most part, so... And just plague rockets for days. I have a feeling, though, that the new patch is going to make it interesting, because this right here, this kind of stuff, you can't do in 0.6 anymore. It's now you got to space out the core miners. They force you to do that now, which is highly unfortunate. They're more efficient, but I'm generally probably not going to get as much out of my core miners as I did there. So if we wipe the biters, you get double UPS. Yeah, but don't you have plague rockets? You can just plague rocket them, no? Can't you? Das Plagas Rocketus is all you need, I think. Not near that at all yet? Okay, fair enough. I'm surprised, actually. Oh, I didn't copy that right, or... Yeah, I didn't copy that right. Oh, great. Okay, I'm gonna have to... no more buffers for that one. Because now this one is so starved, it's not making any more Tesseracts anymore. Actually, no, it's not really the problem. Weird. I can just have 20, I guess. And we'll see. Canada Day. Oh yeah, happy Canada Day. It's like 10 p.m., but it's somewhere else. It's not surprising. My old Death World, I accidentally loaded it without rampant enabled, and it had 90% fewer biters. UPS went back to near 60. Yeah, I feel like any kind of like I feel like space exploration is a mega basic challenge, no matter how you do it. In a lot of ways. Even if you are playing with regular science, it's just the amount of things. Like, even if you're sloppy with it, it really, or if you make like minor errors or something, it really starts to like hurt. You really start to feel it. It really sucks. But you know, it is what it is. Also, yes, happy Canada Day. Sorry, that sloppy was a bad word. I didn't mean to say that. I was trying to say I was like, what's the word for it? Really overly cautious with UPS, and I still am at 45 at the end. So I still learned a lot about optimizing this game, but like that's what I mean. It's crazy. It's crazy what it expects from you, kind of a thing. I was essentially building this as if I was doing a mega base, and I still didn't even get 60 UPS in the end. So if I had done it, like if I had continued my last playthrough and done like a really bad one, I would have definitely been at like 10, guaranteed. But I would definitely approach SE early on if I know how far the scale and the UPS impact would get near the end. Yeah, it's not. Everyone was saying it's not uncommon for like you get basically to hit 20 UPS or something, like or something near the end. It's just the sheer amount that it demands from you. But I think I can basically get it to go and do that again, kind of thing, and be kind of good on that regard. Copper low, arc ship 155. All right. What? Okay. I didn't realize there was a ship there already. I don't think I know how to UPS up. You learned, though. I didn't know how to do it either when I started. At all. I was really garbage at it. The number one thing I learned is biters kill UPS. That's what it is. That's the main one. If you learn that lesson, then you're good from then on. I mean, there's some really crazy things I've seen people do. Like, I've seen some people directly load, like, they would essentially put they would put their ore miner things in the middle of the stack, and they would just put it directly onto the train. Hey, cool, we're here. Debating how to do this. This is what I want, is it? Oh no. Oh no. I know why. Deep supercomputers. Oh. Alright, let's turn this sucker back on, because we're going to need it now. I don't really want to ask for too many of these things, because there's so many of them. Actually, one sec, I need to do this separately. Filter inserters. Row attrition made us do stuff on belts. Yeah. Or that being a pain. Advanced neural gel. 42 Naquium processors? What am I made out of? Naquium processors? This is upsetting. What's it called? We may not even have the technology for it. No, we don't even have the technology for it. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna start doing some of this stuff. Because I feel like it. Alright. I gotta figure out how to... maybe I'll just bring it back over that way. Oh, dang it. Yeah. At this point, we're committed to just finishing the game, so we're gonna do some really sloppy belt layouts, because that's or not belt layouts, pipe layouts. That's the one. These are speed 9s. Do I actually want speed 9s? Yes I do. Oh, yes I do. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanna... I'm gonna move it over a tile. Just so I can give it a nice, a larger chest. Actually, I'm gonna put this back the way it was. Right, do I even have this? I'm gonna request from buffers on this one, because I have space 3s, right? Yes, I do. Who knows what it's doing, but I do have them. Oh, right, I need to have also a filter inserted for it as well. I feel like these technologies still bamboozle me all the time, because it's like, it goes and says, hey, you only need like D Space Science 3 or something, and then like, usually in Factorio, the prerequisite always has, like, it always says what you will need. So, like, you can't get to that thing unless, because I need neural supercomputers, but it wasn't locked behind that. So, it was like, yeah, it's that it always bamboozled me. I hope they fixed it in the other one, to be honest. Blacklist. Alright, see ya, Neuron. Needs food badly. To be honest, I do too. Expedia, not enough logistic space available. 3.4 mil coal, huh? Well, let's go toss down some storage and also figure out how I want to use coal. What is coal even used in? Is there anything that's useful? Explosives? Plastic bars? Oh, that's a good one, plastic bars. Yeah, things like this. Alright, let's put a requester chest here. I don't even know how I got so much coal. Better go to before I spend my last hour before stream start at Factorio. I'll drop by the way, when we start. That'll be fun. I'm not going to continue for much longer. See you later, TX. Got no arcospheres there. Okay, good. I think I should start bringing some of my my arcosphere ships back, because I actually need them now. How many more do I have left? Ironically, not that many more. It has 37 in here. That's crazy. What's the conditions say to basically mark it as completed? Okay, it does no Arcosphere collectors left. I think that's still a good condition to go for, especially considering how it hasn't actually been going for that long. So I might actually just keep that flowing for now. Kind of funky how these have just all, like, basically finished up, almost. You know, another thing I'll probably also likely do in the future. So in situations like this, where I'm loading into, like I have a warehouse to load into a rocket, if there's a situation where I think a rocket may be required more than once, like in short succession, which actually probably won't be the case, given how we're going to have like a train system that, you know, makes a lot of sense. Also, I guess that we're out of destination full. So a lot of missing. Holy shit, we've just been through all these. Why aren't these moving though? Oh, well that would help out. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I pressed M and it wasn't responding to me. Still have to delete this guy somehow. I guess I'll come over when it's done. It's like a random barrel rocket. We've been running out of mineral water too, weirdly enough. We are so close to a lot of this stuff. Alright, we don't have to do anything else here. What's wrong with these right now? Just Deep Space Science Pack 3s. It is quite literally like all the stuff that this requires. I want to put down another one of these. I know I won't need that much Nacrium processors, but I want to keep them flowing. I just want to have like 500 of them, so well, I can't do that. I can't just say I'm not going to need them anymore, because they're needed for Deep Space Science 4. So that doesn't even apply. So Tesseract's still okay? Yeah, they are. Well, not exactly, I would say. Yeah, we can't quite do that. We definitely need a greater volume of Tesseracts. Where are we at? I mean, it's been through most of them for this, but yeah. It's got 30. I don't want to just send them back because it's only 30 more for the entire thing. I would like it to actually get through whatever it was trying to make. What's this one doing? Oh. I feel like that's not enough space. There we go, it's enough space. Can't tell what's going on, I'm new. This is the very ultra late game of this mod, so in a nutshell, I'll tell you what I'm up to right now. I'm trying to launch these Arcosphere collector probes to get more Arcospheres. And Arcospheres are just an element to this game that's essentially like a they're never used up. You have to fold them and inverse them into different kinds of things. So you always have the same amount of Arcospheres. You just have to basically figure out how to use them in a way where it makes the kind that you're requesting, kind of a thing. So I have this like little complicated system here that essentially tries to equalize the amount that I have in my network, kind of a thing, and it works pretty well. The problem I'm having right now is I just don't have enough of them. So did I say nut? Maybe I did. I don't know. We're kind of definitely in the end game right now, so. For some reason, these are not being requested. I may... Part of me wants to turn some of this off, but at the same time I don't. So the problem I'm having right now is I'm trying to get it so that it recognizes more in the network and actually counts it towards some of this stuff. Because I can't quite get it to do that. I should have actually added that to the network. You know, I still can do that. All right, you know what? Let's have some fun with this. Hold up a second here.
Okay, so I'm reading the contents of the chests, hoping that they will be added to that network, because maybe that's all I need to do to fix this. It's a bit of a convoluted thing, but I'm trying to make it so it actually equalizes some of these things. Oop, maybe don't count that one. So I'm trying to tell it this is how much I have in my network, and to average it out, kind of a thing, to make it create more of the ones that I actually kind of need. So that's why I just hooked it up to the chest to read the contents of it, and hopefully that will do what I want it to do. So if I were to look at, if I come up here and actually look at it right now, some of these things, yep, it is definitely, most certainly, realizing that there's something wonky going on, so that's good. I'm gonna move this guy down here. Definitely a little bit of the more confusing stuff you could possibly do in this game. Fuck, it's not enough space. Actually, there is if I just move everything a slight to the side. Actually, I just need one tile. So there's definitely some of the more convoluted stuff you can even do in this. This is like I said, it's ultra late game puzzle kind of deal, is what this is at the moment. I even put like the super speeds into this. Kind of went ham on this, I'm not gonna lie. Just like active providers and everything. But the input is extremely like, yeah, it's definitely right now my entire setup is biased in one direction, and we don't want that. But it was, I think honestly, it's mostly because the chests are now being registered as such too, which actually helps a tremendous amount in this situation. Before I didn't have that. Before they were just invisible, despite the fact they were technically still registered in the network, so... these are... yeah, that's the chest. Oh, it gives you back crappy data cards too, who would have thought? Do I have more of these superchargers? Or one over here. Looks like we may not finish it right now, though. You know, I think with that whole thing I had going, I think I did a little bit. I mean, I don't know if I should just keep it going and then reward everyone later with their points or whatever. Is this folding in the other direction now? Oh, no, it's still doing the same one. Oh, I see. 1 second. I didn't quite do this properly. There we go. How much circuit network am I using now? I've added a lot to this, so... actually still pretty good. It's under 0.7, so... Can't really complain. It's a lot of stuff, though. It definitely is something that could be shared between two machines, which is what I should have done. So the problem here is definitely folding speed and inversion speed. It's nothing else. But yeah, it's looking for zeta, theta, gamma, and omega. So theta, omega, gamma, and zeta. Yeah, it's the exact ones it needs to do inversion. So that's why I added a whole bunch of it. Oh, and also this doesn't have anything here.
That's pretty much going as fast as it can be right now. I was really kind of hoping for one of them to actually just resolve itself and be like, yeah, I got everything you need now. Also, we're running out of copper, too. It just started using a lot of copper, but it's mostly because of all the other stuff. Fuck, really? Okay, that would definitely be causing a problem here. I think I... Oh my god, what is this? Where is this coming from? Where's it going? Oh, it's a... Oh, fuck. Just don't do that. Don't do that either. I just realized I had that set up really wrong. Check out how fast these load. Let's have a look at these. That's pretty good. We're playing at like 3/4 speed, by the way, so... Okay. So I think, with that being said, it's like 10:30 now, so I'm quite content with where I am, but I think this is something that we should finish up tomorrow. We're very close, so what's likely going to happen is I'm going to... So these ones have about 39 spheres in them. And like 35 satellites, so they're all going to start finishing up basically at the same time. And that means that we're going to have more arcospheres to work with, faster science, and then we're going to basically do spaceship victory and teleporter victory tomorrow. And then if you didn't catch it from before, I'm planning on going to 0.6 pretty much immediately, as soon as it's basically stable. But I did want to finish this run, was my thing. But I really did like the changes that they did in 0.6. I think it's worth another run, despite the fact I'd been playing this one for basically 400 hours. So anyways, so thanks a lot for tuning in, fellas. I will be back tomorrow because, like I said, I want to rush this out. Victory. So let's do Rayguard. So yeah, see you later, man. So this is the Factorio 2 dev, so say hi to him, and thank him for all the fine work that he's done with getting all the compatibility stuff. So I'll probably be hanging out there for a little bit as well. So thanks a lot, guys. Peace. Thanks for stopping by.